Start Night Esports, Toda, Expand, and Famos have been eliminated and will not proceed to the point toss and grand final stages. And now, it's time to prove who can claim the championship throne and represent the region in the global stage. Only at the point toss and grand final of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku keberdian.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go. Let's go.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
So, Fifer, welcome to FFWS SEA 2024 fall. 18 teams in Southeast Asia have successfully passed the knockout stage. They've gone through 72 matches.
Q just bulldozes through his own defenses.
ถ้าพูดตรงๆก็ตอนนี้ผมไม่ได้มองทีมอินโดเป็นศัตรูแล้ว
ไอ้ที่บอกว่าศึกษานี่เรียกว่าก๊อปหรือเปล่า
Ooh, trying to fire at Falcon. Now the rivals are going to be so much more important. Kojab follows up. Coscu left to keep it going, but they cannot do so.
Will get tagged up, but the man has already done what he needs to do. Bring two players right back in here. One more goes down. Falcons may just be looking for revenge.
Kind of hold the position for now. They're sending in the full force. Kyong as well. They get the re-knock here, but unless they take down Peter, yep, that's a full squad wipe for BTR.
Selagi gue main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gue.
Yeah, Falcons trying to focus on Onyx first before dealing with RRQ. RRQ now looking for yet another booyah in the day. GOW left with two more players, and it looks like the RRQ back-to-back booyah. Purgatory.
Kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik terus lah buat Indonesia. Biar nggak Thailand terus yang booyah.
Saming, the only survivor, the top predator of week 1, will be absolutely helpless as that shows up with the charge buster, executes him, and RRQ, 4 booyah in a row, 5 booyahs to Indonesia, the dominating region of week 2. She trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong, turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
All 4 one by one. AG Global have just successfully found their 4th consecutive booyah of the night.
Boy is still alive. AVAC still healing up. No, did not.
Dạ do tụi mình bắn ý và xem thường đối thủ.
After the intersection in the knockout stage, 6 teams were unable to advance to the next round. PE Sports, Onyx Olympus, Start Night Esports, Todak, Expand, and Famos have been eliminated and will not proceed to the point rush and grand final stages. And now, it's time to prove who can claim the championship throne and represent the region in the global stage. Only at the point rush and grand final of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Asia 2024 fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
So, Fifer, welcome to FFWS SEA 2024 fall. 18 teams in Southeast Asia have successfully passed the knockout stage. They've gone through 72 matches in 6 weeks. And in the end, we have seen the 12 best teams who are heading to the next round, point toss and grand final in Surabaya, Indonesia.
Almost getting the knock, but Blue wants to protect himself. It gives time.
After a challenging journey through the knockout stage, the top teams have risen to represent their country. Their ups and downs have crafted a compelling story, and with hope in their hearts and sweat in their minds, still fresh, they are ready to make their mark.
With every heartbeat, with every cheer, a rich and profound story unfolds. Today, we honor those who have dared to rise, conquer challenge, and stand their ground. Each step taken and every strategy developed is a testament to courage and skill. In the arena of passion, where legends are born, we bear witness to the indomitable will. Big thanks to 6 teams for the unforgettable performance at knockout stage. BE Sports, Onyx Olympus, Sodak, Star Knight Esports, Team Vamos, and Expert.
Through the path may end here. Remember, every end is a new beginning. Every cloud has a silver lining.
As the ending fades, drowning out doubt as every late night, and Skansaki Pride culminates in sweet victory. The moment says, you are the champion, with tears of joy in your eyes, as a new beginning fills with possibilities.
And here are the 12 teams, the grand finalists of this tournament. Let's give them a big round of applause.
A long and intense struggle to survive the knockout stage, but today they look to prove that they deserve to be in the finals. Vietnam's Miracle, Heavy! The fight to maintain their consistency and dominance is not over yet. At the finals, they continue their journey to overcome all odds. GOWE Sports! The champion of the FFWS Vietnam 2024 Spring. They started with a bang and then chose to lay low, waiting to show their power at the finals. The rising Hua Esports. Rising to the top all of a sudden, they are not easy to read or beat. With confidence and strong determination, here is the best team from Vietnam, WAG! The champion of the FFWS Thailand 2024 Fall, the silent assassins capable of toppling the biggest of teams on a good day. There is no limit except to their aggression. Attack all around! The reigning defending champion of the FFWS SEA Spring 2024, the reigning champion of the Esports World Cup, always laying low till they need to fly high. The stealthy Team Falcons! Capable of dominating but always choosing to play with their food, they seem to be reserving their energy for the final week showdown. The straight shooting Twisted Minds! 12 Booyahs and they have the top slayer of the knockout stage on their team, but could only snatch the second spot to qualify for the final week. The only one close enough to the top, the threat, All Gamers Global! The most dominant and decorated squad in the history of Free Fire. The team with the highest score in the knockout stage, and they did it all without breaking a sweat. The Apex Predator, Buriram United! Will they continue to earn fame by denying glory, or will they earn glory by evolving into a kryptonite to all? The biggest showstopper, the Falcon Hunter, Bigatron Delta! The White Tigers, they continue to roar as their opponents shiver back to the lobby. Their spirit and strength will be proven on this stage. The Kings of Bermuda, he was divine! The legendary team from Indonesia, conquering their opponents with consistency and flair, proving their region should be feared. The unrelenting warriors, RRQ Kazoo!
Celebration of greatness where legend is made!
Survivors, welcome to the Point Rush stage of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fight for Legacy!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2024. This is the final 3-day of the competition where it starts, where the team will be fighting for the title, for head start point, and not only that, fighting for legacy. On the caster desk, I am Neptune Jen Garcia. Together with me is the one and only, the Mustachio AJ.
It's going to be a fantastic day. It's going to be a fantastic week. We get to crown yet another champion of Southeast Asia. I wonder if or not, towards the very tail end of things, we're going to see the Falcons soar high once again, just like what we've seen in the past two huge competitions we've had in the world of Free Fire. Or are we going to see an Indonesian champion rise up to the occasion and snatch it away? We are playing on the Indonesian home soil, bro. I am expecting a little bit of extra leeway here. I'm expecting that extra energy. I'm expecting some of the other teams to be taken back by the spice that Indonesia offers in their gameplay, as well as the beautiful cuisine that they've got in the country. There's so much of exciting stuff to look forward to throughout the whole week. But like you said, it all starts here today. Bonus points, not 1 day, but 2 days. Not just bonus points to start on the third day, but bonus capability of really teasing your opponents that you're going to meet on 6 maps, so you can get used to their pacing and whatever chaos they bring to the table.
I mean, definitely that is what this is, part of the reason for Point Rush. This is where, after knockout stage, they were split up into groups, and this is where they will be fighting together in preparation for the grand finals. Yes, there will be addition of that head start point, but this also goes in for the homework, the hard work that they will be doing once the day comes in.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we had the knockout phase, 18 teams, 18 match days through 6 weeks, and all of that chaos to qualify top 12 teams, and that's exactly what we've got today. So we had the Point Rush stage, 2 match days, and then of course the grand finals. We wrap things up on Championship Sunday, where all of the teams take each other head to head. 6 games, we'll call it all. Whether or not the bonus points makes any sort of a difference, we'll have to wait and see. Because if you look at the very bottom of the leaderboard for the knockout stage, 16 points would have made a huge difference for PE Esports to climb right back into the top 12. The fate of many teams in terms of pulling away the prize, slightly bigger slice of the pie, could change. These are the dates and the grueling matches that we had to go through, but it all culminates here at October 11, 12, and 13. Today's the first day of Point Rush, and I am absolutely geared up for this action, Neptune.
Oh yeah, and speaking of action, this is where all action will pay off. The prize pool, the champion, will be getting not only the title, not only the trophy, but also $100,000. It goes down drastically as you go down the ranks, and for those who weren't able to make it to the stage, also have their piece of the pie. But this is how everyone will be getting additional points in terms of the point system. 12 goes to the Booyah, it goes down to 9 in the second, and more on up until the 10th, and 11 12 will get nothing. So hopefully the elimination point can cover all that.
I mean, absolutely, man. Each and every single elimination is going to make big counts out there to bump you up the leaderboard. But of course, if you do unfortunately drop down onto a tiebreaker, we've got some tiebreaker rules here. And we start things off with the number of booyahs collected overall, followed by total eliminations. And even if that fails us, we go down to the final round survival ranks to find out exactly who takes the highest spot, who takes the lower one. And this is going to be the determination between slightly bigger slice of the pie once again or a slightly smaller one. It could also determine who's going to be the champion of Southeast Asia by the end of things. But once again, if you're not used to it just yet, this is how Point Rush works. Head start points for the grand finals, and we collect these points over 2 days. If you walk away with the first spot, regardless of the total number of points you're able to collect, as long as you're on that first rank, you manage to earn 8 points, so on, and you do this over 2 days as bonus for the grand finals.
And these are the teams that will be playing today. We have Brilliant United, AG Global, RRQ, Kazu, Twisted Mind, Team Falcons, Tackle Around, WAG, Evo's Divine, Megatron, Delta, Hawaii Esports, GOW, and Team Heavy. So unfortunate, but all of the teams or all the countries that were representing their region, it's Malaysia who have been thrown out in here, and the rest will be fighting in for the chance to grab more points on the grand finals.
Deadly setup. This is pretty much a preview of the global Free Fire World Series that you guys have for you. I mean, the best of the best, the creme de la creme of Free Fire squads are all right here in Southeast Asia. You just saw a bunch of them. We also have the lineup of WAG, EVOS Divine, Bigatron Delta, Hawaii Esports, GOW, as well as Heavy. Quite a number of Vietnamese squads out here, and that is a shocker. We have always seen them as the underdogs, but the underdogs are out here to prove that they can be close enough to snatch away the title. WAG with a breakout run, if they can continue that breakout run. I mean, look at that, man. 11 booyahs. Just one below AG Global, who are on that second spot. If they can do that on one day, which is this coming Sunday, you know, it's going to change the fate of Free Fire and all of the esports players over at Vietnam. But they're not the only region in competition here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at WAG once again, there's only 2 points in between them and a tackle around that could have breaking off the Thailand teams from the top. WAG is a different kind of monster, as you mentioned from the introduction for the team. I mean, they all have pop off towards every chances on the knockout stage. But also for those of you watching who wants to listen in on specific broadcasts from your own region, we have these official co-streamers that will be streamed. So check out their pages, their channels, their social media to get the updates from them. But this is where everything will be happening, culminating, and hopefully everyone has their eyes peeled on what's about to happen.
I mean, of course, these are the co-streamers, so hop on over to their pages as well. Give them a huge thumbs up, like, share their stream out. These guys are crazy awesome. I'm a big fan of Bakau, especially after the recent TVC they recorded for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall. And the man is funny. I don't even know how they managed to execute that. 4 guys, you know, different countries. But bringing it back to the competition in itself, you're looking at the Apex Predator, Buriram United Esports, #1 on all fronts. Eliminations, damage, as well as assists. 9.7 average eliminations. Their assists a little bit crazier, 11.2. Average damage, monstrous out there. There's a huge possibility for them to walk away the champions. But you know, history has told us that this is a team that performs very well at the knockout stage. On the grand finals, Point Rush, they still do perform very well. But the grand finals is where they falter. Is the curse going to continue? Especially for this man called Wasana. Ever since he joined this king of a squad, they have not won a single trophy for themselves. This is the uncrowned king, and he's a lethal player out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all, I couldn't say wasted, but it's like somewhat missed opportunity for Bermuda United Esports. He have been showing up in most of the engagement, popping up in most of the MVP, but unfortunately, the entire team of Bermuda United hasn't reached that peak just yet. But another team who is aiming to reach that peak is RRQ Kazu. Their performance overall this time around is pristine. They know how to battle against the Thailand teams. They break off all those teams in the top, in between, and that is how they are going to work. And we were talking about as well that this stage, this level of the competition, they are on home soil. So let's see if they get the energy and motivation to get that champion.
Absolutely, man. And of course, this is home soil, baby. We are playing from Jakarta, and the Indonesians are not only out here to make their nation proud, but they're out there trying to make all of your friends, all of your family members who are in the audience proud of them and how far they have come just on a mobile game. How far they have come believing that the esports path that they have chosen can bring them to something in the future, right? And speaking of bringing them to the future, before we get into the futuristic map of Nextera, we have to go through the usual rotation of Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, as well as Kalahari. And of course, after Nextera comes that random map, which might be able to bless or curse one of those teams out there.
Yeah, speaking of curse and speaking of blessing, we'll have to see if we will be let go of the curse of Alpine, because that is where Bermuda United really shines, and hopefully the teams also has brought in a lot. But looking at the knockout stage, there has been a little bit of decline for Alpine, and there were instances that it would be a back-to-back for Kalahari. So we're only talking about 2 days of point rush. That might be a difference, especially if you're proficient on a specific map. But for teams like Bermuda United, Team Falcons, they don't care about the map. They know how to play the game. They're just not showing everything because they don't want to spill the beans on what their tactics are, and they want to prepare for this level. The final 3 days, especially the third day, Super Sunday.
Absolutely, man. And you're absolutely right as well. I say absolutely one more time, I'm going to stab myself in the foot. These guys are out there. They want to prove themselves, but you never know exactly what's going to happen out there, right? So each and every single moment, they have to stay vigilant. They have to focus on their own gameplay. They have to also make good use of all of the information. We have been blessed with a marathon of knockout stage here for you to be able to understand each and every single team out there, their ins and outs, whatever they have been planning for each individual map. So if you haven't learned just yet, you might just be punished by the teachers. The teachers are none other than the top 3 on this map: EVOS Divine, RRQ, AG Global. We're going to start the day off with the hottest map that Indonesia has always provided those booyahs on.
Yeah, this is an OG map, and EVOS Divine, the White Tigers, has a lot of booyahs from here, and most of the booyahs are coming from this specific map, so they know how to play this game. Well, I guess everyone knows how to play this map. It's just that they are showing up a little bit more and showing up in the final circle a little bit more, but we've seen some of the teams throw that over. We've seen some of the teams deal with EVOS Divine a little bit too early, and that's what you need to do. Look for the team that's strongest, try to beat them in the middle if you can, and then survive to the final moment. That is where all the homework has to happen and to comply, because you understand what rotation will be taken with other teams, what you can take as well to cut them in their approach.
Sometimes the most basic things can turn into the most complicated of scenarios out there, and that's something that Bermuda could just turn into shortly, right? Because like you said, Neptune, everybody knows this map. It's the OG map. Everybody has played here, which also means if you're an esports player, everybody has mastered this map. Everybody knows each and every single nook and cranny of this map, where those vending machines are, where players are potentially going to be running away to. So you literally cannot hide on Bermuda. If anybody manages to, I'm going to be shocked out here. It's a different kind of ball game when you've got a bunch of creme de la creme esports players in the world of Free Fire jumping onto this OG map. What seems to be simple once again can turn out to be very, very complicated. What is going to be pulling away the winners from the losers at the end of the day here is how well you're able to respond to those minute moments out there on the battlefield, as each and every single team tries to chuck everything at you, including the kitchen sink. But of course, this is a little bit of a surprise here. I thought I saw 8 points. We've had a little bit of an adjustment. The point rush stage, head start points for the finals. First team walks away with 10 points, and the teams from 7th onward gets nothing. Neptune, what happened?
Well, I guess this is not quite sure what specifically happened, but this is something that would put them more, like motivate them more to do higher in terms of performance for the 2 days. We were talking about if it might not like have that much effect, but if you get that #1 spot twice, that's 20 points overall, and that really changes the playing field and the name of the game.
Neptune, I swear to God, and I'm not buttering up anyone here, these are freaking facts. I have worked on Free Fire esports stage from the very first day, man. I mean, from the days of MCP Major Season 1. And the reason why I have been so dedicated to this game is because they listen. And I have been saying time and time again, I am not a big fan of Point Rush. I'm not a big fan of Point Rush because the points just don't add up. They don't make sense. It's not very high impact. And, you know, just a couple of points don't make much of a difference. But dude, now with the adjustments, like you said, 20 points, that's huge. 20 points can really change the face of the game. And even if we do have that divided over a couple of teams, dude, I am shocked of this final second change, and I am all in for it. But of course, the head-to-head, we're going to be comparing the deadliest of the Vietnamese team up against the reigning defending champions of Southeast Asia, Falcon and WAG.
Yeah, it seems like it's quite balanced, specifically because Team Falcons were not performing that much because they were being hunted by a lot of teams. That is Bigatron Delta, but we'll have to find out. This is the final stretch. They did mention during one of the interview that they might be studying us, but we're also studying them, and they prove it in some instances when they hot drop the team. So Team Falcons are prepared. Not quite sure if they're going to show it today, tomorrow, or in grand finals, but I'm pretty sure they're going to show something.
Yeah, unfortunately for Falcons right now, for me, it's a 50-50. I don't know whether things are going to go super sour or things are going to be, you know, insanely good for Falcons, right? Because once again, in the past two tournaments, they have not really made a lot of noise except for the final day. When it came down to that one final day of 6 games, they went ballistic, and that is why they are the champions. They are the reigning champions of Southeast Asia, as well as the very first champion of the Esports World Cup. Back-to-back huge titles, and this team used to be known as CGGG. They were a threat, but they were just making a lot of noise. They were never championship level threat. So the gameplay has changed here a lot. But also, I have seen in my history of casting big titles like these and, you know, big stages like this, when you win, when you get a lot of money, you get very comfortable. And when you get comfortable, you don't hustle as much. It's the losers that are hustling right behind you. So Falcons better watch out, man. Look at this. The stats, they don't look very impressive. 4th overall in eliminations damage as well as assists, 7.7 on the average eliminations. But once again, man, it's a 50-50. They could just go ballistic on that final day. They've done it twice already.
Yeah, definitely. That is one thing that they have done and they need to do, because compared to knockout stage, yes, we've seen a hit on 1,000 points, but it was a long run, 2 months to be exact, 2 months of weekends to be exact. So there's a lot of changes that might happen. And when it comes to one specific day where everything matters, all that is thrown out the window. All that will be left is how you approach each and every mistake, correct them, and then put yourself up even higher come that final day. But as we look in well, this is RRQ Kazu right now. RRQ Kazu, GOW is what we have on the screen, and they are not doing that comfortable in the beginning of that knockout stage, but we've seen them improve overall. Same goes with Heavy coming from Vietnam.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it just seems to be a situation where GOW really has to dig deep. Is one of those teams that has got it, but it's not top tier just yet. But if they continue hustling, we know Vietnam can really go all out to prove themselves. This is a breath of fresh air to see the Vietnamese region really fight for some of these booyahs, right? But GOW is not a big booyah team. That's something they need to fix overall in the grand scheme of things. But the most important thing here is they are part of the top 12, bro. And as we set up the flight path for Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be the very first game of Point Rush. Let's have a good time here, Neptune.
Yeah, let's have a good time. Let's find out who's going to go on hot drop. It's quite a skewed flight path right now, where Sentosa will be left behind, and there will be a few who will be jumping against each other. Twisted Mind a little too close against Hawaii Sports, but on the left-hand side of the screen, we have 3 teams potential to go in battle. 2 of those coming from Indonesia. It's Bigatron Delta as well as RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Indonesia right now. You can't really be eating off of each other's plates so early in the day. Dix has got the mini Uzi in hand, and up he got with his pants down, gets sprayed straight up to the head. Kyong with a backup from afar as well. Razor and gang do not need to get involved in this skirmish. RRQ making a little bit of a mistake very early on, but this should be an easy recovery from them. They play that R once again, scanning out their backs as well as the fronts as they rotate away from Bigatron Delta at Hangar.
Yeah, and we also saw a little bit of engagement against WAG and AG Global. That has been a rivalry that has been happening from the knockout stage, and one of them managed to, or two of them managed to be eliminated and now being revived. But hopefully, we still see AG Global survive a little bit, but Bigatron Delta, this team has been the giant killer, and they opted to go against RRQ first. Let's see on how that will work as we switch over to the team that I just mentioned earlier, WAG and AG Global.
Yeah, WAG currently leading with the eliminations. This is one of the teams that we highlighted, the best from Vietnam thus far. I mean, this is a miracle squad for sure. Coming out of nowhere, all of a sudden dominating. Teams can't figure them out because teams have not been researching how to beat a Vietnamese squad, especially WAG. Nobody thought this would happen, and now they've made that big mistake. They have slept on WAG for too long, and WAG is out here to punish. Limit will find the first one, though, off of GOW. Isa goes down, but Tan says, not enough, bro. They're right back in it. They've picked up enough coins to go in for that instant revival, but two players are going to be surrounded. Demon and Tan are in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, Tan in trouble, and Jump God just jumped around to get a position. A headshot over all through the window, through the wall, and still in the fray against a GOW. Attacking all around, but surrounding them would be a different team. It is Evo's Divine.
On a good day, attack all around is just so lethal, especially because Limit X7, there's just no limit to this man's aggression. You saw that headshot, man. I mean, that's pro plays at its finest, right? M82B didn't even need the penetration through the glue wall, didn't need that bonus. He just needed his own capabilities, his skills. But now, another team from Vietnam under heavy attack. Hans, can he get away? Good solid glue wall set up. Kyong with the VSS will not be able to find the connections. Just not the right kind of marksman in his hands. But they do manage to leave the airdrop open here for Bigatron Delta at Clock Tower.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta has jumped up onto Clock Tower already. The 42 players will be as distracted by Kyong earlier, but the rest of the teams are being chased out right now. Well, let's see if this is a guy who's very aggressive, knowing that he has the full support from back end from his teammates, and Hans is being targeted, but not so much of elimination happening because of the coverage of nature that they have right now. So Heavy is split up, and they might be able to use this to their advantage to take down the Bigatron Delta team.
Heavy still on heavy pursuit here, as Bigatron Delta does not want to let off this opportunity of picking up some bonus points early game. Already taken one away from RRQ, and Hans splitting up from Get Nice just to play a little bit of distraction here. Now, at the spot, you do have a vending machine, so Get Nice is going to go in there to get the bot back, and Vitan beats him to it. Heavy's right back in it, but the question is, are we going to see a mistake here as the player is just hovering over Factory, but changes his mind, backs away. So Get Nice is potentially going to be dropped here as well. Bigatron Delta knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, and Get Nice will be chased, spotted, and will be hiding out. But 4 players from BTR in a rush, and the split, nowhere to go but down, and Get Nice will be taken out. But again, the rest of the teams, or he has just been the distraction for the rest of the team. They flew out, coming in from the revive flight, and now getting in a better position.
Yeah, great play from Bigatron Delta. 5 eliminations already, and this is what you want to do. Just consistently pick up these points, but not get too aggressive out there, because it's all about that final circle play. It's all about looking for that booyah. That pretty much guarantees you a few extra points as well, because you are going to encounter teams towards the very end, especially the final team, as you walk away with that #1 spot. But WAG looking to do the exact same thing as well, staying very silent, away from the heat of the action, is waiting for the circle to move along so that the other teams can get the rotations first. They want to play latecomers, but that could just have its own risk as well, as they are at risk of being gate-capped.
Yeah, they will be gate capped, but the thing is they've already invested in so much points, and they have a high ground to get good position. So hopefully that will be fruitful for them. But Heavy is right behind them, or a split of Heavy is behind in front of them. But I'm quite sure if they are ready because of what happened earlier against Bigatron Delta. And Evo's Divine will be flying in together with GOW. So it is the Wolves and Tigers who will be brawling against each other in a bit.
Oh, this is a little bit of a complication here. WAG shutting down the plays on the side of Heavy. So some Vietnam on Vietnam action going on off screen. Evo's Divine in a lot of trouble as well. The players just came back through.
And we just saw they've got a little bit of company as well, and they don't have much loot on them. I believe a couple of the players barely even have a med kit, so getting into a skirmish at this point could be deadly for EVOS Divine. We'll catch up with them shortly, and as I say that, get a little bit of a aerial view. EVOS Divine backing away as GOW comes in slowly for the approach. Now GOW is on a little bit of a recovery play here as well. Dian taken out, they need to go in for the revive. So getting into a scuffle with EVOS Divine is just not going to be on their side. But Hua Esports finds Twisted Minds instead. Saming trapped in a little bit of a tough spot as Shin gets taken down from up top. Nameless will be the damage dealer through the Drogon. And a backstab from Nameless as Ken goes down. Death on the ground. Yanbin as well. The final second revival of Shin through that pocket market is the only last-ditch hope effort here for Hua Esports.
And I was saving race for them. They could have been taken out in 7 minutes for this game, but fortunate for them, they have that free fire coins to deal with as a pocket market as well. Now Twisted Mind for elimination. They started up a little bit slow and silent. Now let's see if the aggression will be back on them as they recover, as waiting on the edge of the zone will be beneficial for them. They have the vehicles, they have the high ground, they have a good view of AG Global, who is just in the corner of our screen. And as we switch over to the other side, it's a tackle around. The elimination leaders for this battle is going against WAG.
Oh, WAG in a lot of trouble now. Attack all around. Look at the beautiful glue walls being laid out. Not just backing themselves up, but putting out a great pathway for the rest of their team members to use to rotate as well. Great usage of their utilities, not wasting a single glue wall, cutting down the distance between themselves as well as WAG. But this is going to be trouble. RRQ watching this breakdown. They could just be the third party here as attack all around stuck outside. They could be the victims.
Yeah, let's see who will be who at this point as WAG trying to defend themselves, barricade themselves in the compound, and there goes RRQ from afar. They are not waiting that long. They are not waiting for the battle to die down. They want to go head on. Good thing that Cougar managed to go in ahead already, and the rest of the teams can do that, and WAG will be the target of RRQ.
Yeah, home ground advantage, baby. Allen sprayed down to the ground. Can these grenades find the connection? Cyrus goes in for the quick pickup. Allen backs away saying hasta la vista. But the rest of RRQ, look at this. The very rare portal go. Used to rotate around to catch out both WAG and attack all around. But attack all around just wants no part of this whatsoever. They are quick out of there looking for the circle. RRQ picking up a very quick elimination up against the most lethal player of attack all around. That was what made attack all around back away from this fight. Usually they stay and take on that battle, but without limit, it was definitely too risky.
And on the other side, we have Rim United, who we are just seeing close to the 10-minute mark in the battle. They're going against Bigtron and Delta, and no eliminations just yet, but they are being slowed down right now, especially with the introduction of Attack All Around into this battlefield, and who will be the ones in a rush. But Rim United being chased out, and right on their side is a different team who will be feeding off of the teams who will be left at this point. No movement. It is a stalemate right now as they slowly jumps in. But Rim United, as quickly as that, in the snap, clears them out.
Yeah, that's it, man. Bye-bye attack all around, says Buri Ram. As Limit came back, he only had a Vector to play around with. No sniper, no marksman on him. And obviously, Bigatron Delta, the smartest ones there, playing bait and switch with attack all around. Attack all around, put in their position at the lethal hands of Buriram United Esports. Absolutely deadly move coming through from the Indonesians. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, without Nameless, they are going to be a tad bit damaged here. Saming hanging on for his dear life with the Car 98. Diamond with the Trogon will quickly go in here for the pickup, and Twisted Minds buys themselves a second line of life right there with that pickup.
Yeah, no pickup. That will be happening for AG Global and Twisted Mind. Only Expose will be out. 7 elimination from last time. We only saw them with 4. And let's see how much more they will be getting in this fight. On the horizon, we have AG Global as well as Heavy in a battle. Diamond right now, not quite sure what ideation is, but I guess it's for the recovery of Expose to be available to the final battle of this map.
Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defense as GOW. But look at Iza. He's holding on to such a complicated spot out here. It could just do them in, or it could just be the ace up of the sleeves of GOW. But a long rotation towards the right-hand side. EVOS Divine, they already saw this one coming. And unfortunately, Iza has got no line of sight up against them at all. Now, as they rotate around, AVEX spots out Iza and straight away starts firing at him. Deanne, can he eat the grenade? But great hide behind that wall. AVEX gets tagged up. Bait and switch is there. Ray now taking the damage from the circle. He's going to be left out of the fight.
Aim God right now trying to survive because of the barrage that is being thrown by GOW outside the blue on this face of the circle. They're going to Fort, will be hurting, and EVOS Divine is getting hurt right now. Aim God trying to recover, Demon in front and managed being taken down by Aim God, but Ton responded. EVOS Divine, only one left. Ray, will he be the ray of sunshine for this team, or will he die down similar to the rest of EVOS Divine?
Yeah, unfortunate, bro. Ray just stayed way too far away from the thick of the action. Iza had a better position. Iza was that little bit of distraction for the rest of EVOS Divine to deal with, and that gave the opening. As they took down Iza, those players were instantly ambushed from the back. That's great communication from the side of GOW. EVOS Divine, they dropped the ball big time in that engagement, but at least they've got one final lifeline. Ray could just buy the rest of the team members right back in here, but it's getting a little crowded in this next circle. We'll have to catch up with that Indonesian squad in a little bit. Look at Bigatron Delta smack dab in the middle of this next spot. They could just be pretty deadly in that final circle. Iza flying on in, but GOW absolutely snuffed out by two squads at the same time.
Get away, Hawaii Sports. They have lost in and only one elimination. They need to survive. They need to fight off FGL on them, and they will be backing off using nature as their cover at this point. All they have to do is wait and see, and there's not so much of a distance between them and the rest of the team. So Team Falcons might be battling against Bermuda United. That would be helpful for Hawaii Sports, who's just in the sidelines.
See if or not Falcons can get this one done here. Buriram inside the compound. Falcons right outside. It's always more risky to be on the outside. We saw what's that happened to the players on the side of attack all around earlier as they got teased out of there. And Buriram's not stepping out just yet. They know the advantage. They hope. Peter slowly circling around. He brings out his blue wall. Instantly gives away his position as he gets attacked from the back. WAG wants to join this party. They're outside the circle. They need to move, but they put themselves in a ton of trouble as they are out in the open. Buriram hearing the gunshots. Take advantage as well. From the back, here comes Wasana. Isolate takes down Coscu, the most lethal player from the side of Falcon. The CQC player won't be able to do much.
Not doing much, definitely at this point, and there you have it. Bermuda United still a full squad, and Team Falcons is dying down. Wings clipped. Even as they try to fly through, they couldn't get away in this battle. Team Heavy's being waited on by Twisted Mind. A little bit nade action by Hawaii Sports onto them, and Heavy had the high ground, but backstab is possible from the other teams, specifically Yan Bin from Hawaii Sports, who took down final member of Team Falcons.
Twisted Mind's now 11 eliminations. Heavy right outside. Look at the barrage! Saming with the mini Uzi managed to shut down one, make that two. RRQ from afar sneaks away one elimination, and now Twisted Minds right in front of their scopes. The problem is both of these teams outside the circle. No more time. Circle's moving. The blue is gonna hurt at this point of time. Both RRQ and Twisted Minds need to move.
They need to move, but RRQ says we're going to fight for our chance, for our spot in that final circle, and Twisted Minds slowly being taken down. RRQ, 5th elimination on them. Only one remains for Twisted Minds, but the rest of the teams is just targeting the ones surrounding the final circle. Buriram United with their 11th elimination already gets high. Might have been taken down, but they are still high on ecstasy in terms of getting all those frags.
Yeah, lethal position held here by Buriram. They've got that high ground advantage, and they are gatekeeping everybody else who are slow to make it to this next circle. One player from the side of RRQ already knocked down onto the ground. Who does perish? Saming taken out by RRQ. I don't even know if it was Buriram that sneaked away the final one, but look at Bigatron. Once again, they had the best defensive spot, and now they're in the final circle alongside their Indonesian brothers RRQ, and right above them, the reigning kings of all time, Buriram United. Riptide Rhythm tears down their defenses. RRQ have got nowhere else to run. Bay will be the sacrificial lamb, has done backs away, putting down a trip mine at the ground as well, waiting for the players of Buriram.
And as you can see, we have a 3v4 situation. Bermuda United only has 3 players, and Bigatron Delta has just been waiting just below Bermuda United as RRQ has managed to step in. But it will be Bermuda United who will be taking advantage of that high ground, clearing all the blue walls, and then later on feeding off the rest of this team. Moshi has been taken down, but Ikali still will be picked up, and this is still a 4v3v2. BTR has a good chance of getting this unless Bermuda United will take them down.
The gods of Free Fire right here. Buriram just playing this too smartly. Moshi got knocked down by RRQ's Mahal, but the pickup was just way too easy. Now they are leaving the 2 Indonesian brothers to do dirty up against each other. Monster truck up on the roof as well, courtesy of Wasana. Grenade's going to find Moshi, tags him up at just a tad bit, just tickling him. RRQ refuses to do battle up against Bigatron Delta just yet. Both of the squads waiting for Buriram. This is a tad bit crazy. There's just no way in hell they allow Buriram to get away with this one, because the circle is going to hurt. They have to get off that roof.
It's all on timing right now for Bermuda United, whether they jump in front of Bigatron Delta or behind on RRQ. But Bermuda United says Monster Truck is the way to go. A little bit of defense plus a chance to split and hit them from both sides, but they are slowing down. Bigatron Delta is just putting a little bit of pressure on them, and RRQ just moving with the blue, and let's see if they can survive this, because they might be pinching a bit.
Yep. Moshi, very smart play here, but this is a huge risk, and he waits to the very final second. One mistake on the drop, but he pulls up a double glue wall to remain in the fight. That's going to be the distraction the rest of the players from the side of Buriram need, but they don't aggress on just yet. This is just a way too messy fight. Kyong in the thick of action up against RRQ. That could not react in time. That Trogon will be able to pump him down into the lobby right back. 3-2. RRQ loses yet another member, and Buriram finally gets involved in the battle. Hikal turns his back. It's going to be Jonah. Moshi down on the ground already. Hikal should be able to save the day. Bigatron Delta, can they do it? Yes, they do. Indonesia secures Booyah #1.
Bigatron Delta, dubbed as the Giant Slayers, has slayed another giant in the name of Bermuda United and made that too. RRQ Kazu has been taken down as well, and BTR introducing themselves not only from knockout stage but also in Point Rush.
All along, this team was only putting themselves into battle after battle after battle up against one team. Who's that team? The best of the best as of this moment. Team Falcons themselves. They tested their capability up against Falcons again and again and again to understand if or not they're ready for the final week. And hell yeah, that built up enough confidence. And it's exactly like what we said at the opener, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They built their glory thus far at the Southeast Asian stage by only targeting one team, by only being the kryptonite to the Falcons. They are the Falcon Slayer, but here they're trying to be the kryptonite to all other squads. And what a beautiful game played. Not massive on the eliminations, but they have done just enough. But now comes the game of consistency that we look for, Neptune.
Yeah, we need to see if they will be that consistent to maintain this. Yes, they might not be targeting Team Falcons anymore, but a lot of teams will be looking out for them. And this is one reason why as well. Taking that first Booyah for the day, all those sides, crosshairs will be on them as we look at the highlights. And this is where Attack All Around had a good run, but unfortunately for them, halfway through, they falter.
I mean, you're always going to have your heavy hitters as well as the bottom feeders. GOW, unfortunate, they are one of the bottom feeders of this competition. If they do change their fate in any way whatsoever, climb towards even the middle part of the overall leaderboard, I will be honestly shocked, but that's going to be the hustle that you see out of all of these esports players at the end of the day, right? But they faltered a little bit too early up against Attack All Around, but it was not the end of the road. That shows the tenacity out of Vietnam, surviving that all thanks to an interference by RRQ, because Attack All Around was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's the thing. That is what you need to look for. The best timing in position or getting a good position, similar to what we've seen all these three teams try to do. But Bigatron Delta, I mean, despite of Bermuda United heading in a little bit too far, they see it, they know it, and they know how to fight back. And that is what Bigatron Delta has put up in here. But still, kudos to all three teams. That was a three-way battle that no one was taking advantage of one-sided.
I mean, I love the strategy, Neptune. I love what Buriram did, taking 2 players into the monster truck, not taking any fall damage whatsoever, not even taking the fall animation, right? Monster truck touches the ground, they hop on out of the monster truck, double glow walls, they are safe, leaving Moshi up top. But what they tried to take advantage of was they were waiting for RRQ and Bigatron to come out of that warehouse so that Moshi can take those shots, be that distraction which breaks their gameplay. But dude, that is what the marathon was for. Everybody knows this strategy. Everybody knows the threat. Everybody knows Moshi's going to be at the top. They say, nah, thank you, bro. We will meet you down here. We will just wait for you. And they built up their glue walls. They stayed behind all of those defenses. And the timing was just so sublime from them. RRQ tried the timing as well. But unfortunate for them, the position that they had on that map in the final sequence was just not the greatest. Bigatron Delta also had the numbers advantage up against them.
Yeah, if only RRQ managed to push through the left side of the warehouse and then get back to the other side, that would be a good strategy for them. Outsmarted because Bermuda United is already making all that noise and they can put all their crosshairs on the 2 teams that will be battling. But again, the blue is closing in, so really tough to make that decision. And also, this is so crucial with a lot of teams because of how it ended up. That was a 4v3v3. We thought that it will be balanced by Bermuda United on all three players from all 3 squads, but no, BTR numbers game really pay off.
And this is that home ground buff. This is exactly what we were looking for. And it wasn't even EVOS Divine up there getting all of this done. EVOS Divine, the best on Bermuda thus far, couldn't even find that final circle. They clunked out a little bit too early. Bigatron Delta, a team that doesn't really make a lot of noise here, making so much of noise on the first day of Point Rush, opening up big. I mean, the whole of Indonesia, they are absolutely livid right now, I'm very sure. In the world of Free Fire, a lot of noise is being made, but we want to hear more noise this time directly from the stage. We've got Yunso, we've got Yuki, we've got Baby Lee, all together, and they're going to be bombarding these players with those questions. In a little bit, of course. But we are looking forward to hearing exactly what Bigatron Delta has to say, right? Because Neptune, once again, they were only the kryptonite for Falcons this far. Right. And in order to be able to really build true glory for themselves, you can't just be beating down on one good team. Because eventually, like you said, even Falcons have been learning off of them. Falcons were able to counter those plays a couple of times as well. It is about using Falcons as a stepping stone to climb on the back of that Falcon as the Falcon is soaring up high, to learn from its own point of view and then take it up against the rest of the teams. It is so amazing to see how Bigatron Delta has been able to use the knockout stage, the marathon of a knockout stage, as the most perfect learning ground to be this lethal in the finals.
Yeah, so the term sitting in the shoulders of giants, that is what they have been doing after the knockout stage, understanding how the giants will be playing. Not only that, they tried it first for Team Falcons, and then they tried it on other teams. RRQ, I'm pretty sure they know they studied all those tactics in scrims because of how they are in the same region, but also Bermuda United has been dealt with by BTR. But let's head over to the interview and listen what they have to say on this interview.
Oh, impressive for the first Kuya that's come from Bigatron Delta Esports. Hi, I'm your MC, my co-host Beverly. Then let's welcome our first Kuya in this game, Bigatron Delta Esports. Right next to me is South. So, a very basic question to open our interview today. How do you feel right now that you make it to the grand finals?
Apa yang kamu rasain karena kamu bermain di Grand Final ini?
Ya rasanya senang lah, soalnya dari baru terbentuk juga kan, timnya baru 6 bulan tapi sampai sekarang juga, jadi senang.
I feel so happy because this is my team is new for playing on a Grand Final.
Yep, I do agree, and that is a very impressive thing about BTR right now. So, since Bigatron Delta has a new team that just recently joined FFWS SEA, how do you feel about the intensified in the professional scene?
Gimana perasaan kamu mengenai tentang turnamen ini?
Perasaan sih turnamen ini seru sih, tapi bukan ini doang tujuan kita masih ada yang lain.
I feel so excited and I have more objective in this tournament. And I have a question for you. What's your strategy in the first game you use? Apa strategi yang kamu pakai di game pertama?
Strateginya sih kita bermain objektif sesuai plan yang dia disediain sama coach kita aja.
We just play objective, focus with my objective, and focus with coach said.
That's really interesting. So, last words. Do you want anything you want to send to the BTR fans?
Apa yang mau kamu sampaikan buat BTR fans yang ada di sana, Bigetropers?
Buat Begetron Pers, thank you sudah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Jangan lupa dukung kita sampai grand final nanti.
Thank you so much for Bigetropers and keep support us until the end.
That's really nice. Again, congratulations on your first Booyah in the Point Rush stage. We'll hope to see more Booyahs from the Indo team and especially from Thailand and Vietnamese team as well. This is the end of our interview. Now, let's head back to the caster. See you guys in the next game.
Thank you very much, Young Sul and Baby Lee. I mean, that is quite an insightful interview, but we like to see them more on that stage. I mean, Bigetron Delta has a lot more to show and prove all throughout. There was a question there, like they are they have been targeting a lot of teams overall knockout stage, but right now, this is their chance to not just target specific teams, but also to beat down everyone, regardless of which team it is, regardless of what position they are on the knockout stage.
Yeah, and we also have to acknowledge that Ikal is back, baby. I mean, this man took sick leave for quite a number of days of play. He was not part of the squad. And before he took that sick leave, he was their top fragger. He was the one getting most of those points through eliminations for the squad. And then without him, it felt like Bigetron Delta has lost a little bit of its flavor. Because when we saw the initial first few hot drops up against Falcons, it was a different squad altogether, right? Very lethal. And then we saw a subdued side of Bigetron Delta. But with him back in the team, you see that the pacing of Bigetron Delta is so much more different. And they're focusing on all of the right things. I get so annoyed. I get so frustrated, so emotional about this, where good teams make the mistake of getting into early engagements and then getting lost in that battle, getting eliminated way too early. Bigetron Delta did not get into that mess at all. Just focusing on that circle, focusing on those placement points. And like I said, eventually in that final circle sequence, you are going to find those extra points. That's where they collected. It may not be a massive game for Bigetron, but they are the kind of team that can show us this consistency that we always look for. They could just walk away with the 20 points if they continue this just 4 or 5 more times throughout the first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just quite surprising because we have a lot of teams right here who have been doing World Series Southeast Asia for quite some time, and this team, Bigetron Delta, who has been introduced this season, who are doing quite well and doing quite fine, even at this level of the competition. This is just them showing us that they deserve this spot and they will be here for long.
Now, I mean, if you're a Bigetron hater, and when I said Ekal's their top fragger, if you had doubts, if you had questions, well, look at what's in front of the screen of you right now, man. 6 eliminations starting off the day hot here. And I'm pretty sure this was the biggest damage dealer, biggest elimination taker of this particular game for the side of Bigetron Delta. You know, there wasn't massive number of eliminations for the squad, but this guy, you know, huge work. And he is the powerhouse of the team. And the confidence that Bigetron plays with when Ekal is on the squad is of another level altogether. You know, they were pretty worried when he was sick and they were waiting for him to come back. But now that they are back, you know, they are definitely geared up for a little bit more explosive action. But he's not the only damage dealer out there. You've got Kyong, you've got Koja, you've got Diggs, who really put in their own set of hard work as well. And you can see the damage coming through from Kyong and Koja, always decent enough. The assist on the side of Bigetron is high as well, because this is a team where everybody is participating. They always take the Trogon fight up close and personal. It's very difficult to deal with them. Teams like RRQ, even COSQ from the side of Falcons would struggle.
Yeah, I mean, that is what they've done in the knockout stage and now showing. And that is really something else for Ekal to really show up. I mean, in terms of elimination, because of that rest, he could have been knockout stage, a top fragger for the team. But speaking of elimination, we are looking at elimination leaders overall, starting with Moshi with 8 whopping elims, followed by Ekal with 6, and Wasana only down to 5. Same goes with Nameless and Ton from GOW, and that is because of position-wise that Bordeaux United Moshi has taken overall. He knows where to get a good position, a good line of sight, especially as a sniper. That is very beneficial for the team. It's just unfortunate that they were left with only 3 players toward that final moment and not so much room to move through.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, taking a look at the elimination leaders here, you see that Moshi was on a different level altogether, and he could have been a little bit more lethal if he was coming across two unprepared teams in that final sequence, right? But Bigatron Delta and RRQ did not give away lives so easily to Moshi. He could have claimed so many more from up top. I mean, he was doing that towards that final sequence. You know, he's one of those deadliest snipers out there who doesn't really shine all the time because he's holding back. He's trying to be the support player of Buriram. But the moment this guy starts looking for eliminations like Dew, I don't even think Dew can take a good fight up against him.
Yeah, man, 1v1 between them. That's one thing that we seldom see because of how well they position themselves and also spot out everyone. But that is, I mean, that is true. Moshi has a good way. Probably it's because he knows that the rest of the team has his back and he will be protected overall. For Dew, he's doing so much more and the rest of the teams are quite busy in all of their tasks. But key players right now, Moshi with 3,300 on that damage and ABAX with 8 on a headshot plus Koja with 6 grenades used. These are the key players from that Bermuda map.
I mean, crazy stuff overall. And even EVOS Divine, right? There was a little bit of an inkling within me that they might just be able to make it through, but that final sequence up against WAG, that fight kind of messed them up quite a little bit. We saw mistakes being made on their side. They did not play that rotation well up against GOW. GOW's Iza was in a much better position with the Groza. And you would think that EVOS Divine had found that counter towards that because they did approach the ambush part towards that right-hand side flank. The moment they saw Iza, though, that's where their play fell through the cracks because they thought they are going to catch out this guy who's trying to flank them, but instead, every single player from the side of EVOS Divine turned around and paid attention to Iza, trying to take him out of the equation. Yes, he's a problem, but they left their backs wide open, and the rest of GOW kind of just swept up those remaining players, leaving just one final survivor, and EVOS Divine trying to play for those placement points. Unfortunately, the circle was just dealing too much of damage, and they had to falter. Look at that, man. EVOS Divine. And this is what's crazy about the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. EVOS Divine went down so late in the game, but they still walked away with 0 placement points because all of those teams were just insane in terms of survival.
Yeah, that is what they try to do, especially with the introduction of the revival and other factors that they can bring back their teammates. Even the characters that being used, I mean, you take a knockdown most of the time from the past, you're already done and out. But not yet, not anymore this time. There's a lot of chances that you can get back on a full squad later on. But looking how close it is between Bigatron Delta and Buriram United. I mean, Buriram United hasn't slowed down in a bit for elimination. Same goes with Twisted Mind, though they have been taken down, only getting 7 on the placement point, but they still got a lot of elimination compared to RRQ, thus beating them number 3.
Absolutely, man. Bigatron Delta, look at this. 24 points. Like you said, Buriram just behind them. But the massive number of eliminations from the side of Buriram just keeps them at bay here, just nipping away at the heels of Bigatron Delta. Twisted Minds doing decent as well. 12 eliminations, 7 placement points for a total of 19. But towards the bottom, teams like Heavy, GOW, Hua Esports, these 3 Vietnamese squads really need to step up their pace. Getting eliminated early, although they've survived quite towards the late parts of the game, it's not going to be serving the region up well at all. But at the end of the day, this is an Indonesian map, as it is. It was 2 Indonesian teams in that final circle, with an Indonesian team walking away with that Bermuda Booyah as well. There are a few other maps. Buriram, AG Global, RRQ, they are the dominators on Purgatory. This is somewhere where Vietnam can also try to find a little bit of survival.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, not only are those Indonesian map, but they are in the map of Indonesia right now. So that is something else to talk about. That is something else. You know how it is when energy coming from the crowd out there, coming from everyone who supports you, you can feel that. It energizes you in a level wherein you might be overconfident or just in top form to go into battle without hesitating, and that is what we've seen from Bigatron Delta. That was not hesitation; they were just moving in tactically, and the same goes for RRQ. Buriram United, the aggression is like it did work for them in terms of numbers, but not so much in grabbing that booyah. So let's see if this top 3 teams will be broken by Bigatron Delta or a different Indonesian team, and as you asked for, a Vietnamese team right here.
Absolutely, man. And of course, usually Buriram, are very lethal out there, but it is not them with the most number of booyahs on Purgatory. And, shockingly enough, it's actually RRQ, right? 4 Booyahs to their name so far. They may not be the most lethal team, but they're not too far away from Buriram. They are at 192 points collected overall in the competition thus far. But having the most number of Booyahs here puts them at a very, very dangerous position for the lives of the other teams out there. And in the grand scheme of things, if RRQ is constantly going to be showing up to that final circle, it is going to be very easy for them to just make a couple of Booyahs work towards the tail end of this first day and still remain in the number 1 spot because of the average points collected overall. But before, of course, we continue on that storyline, more of the Indonesian front players being highlighted here. Ikal, once again, 6 eliminations from that first game versus 5 from the side of Wasana. And you can see Ikal is off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, headshot overall, that is one thing that Wasana has been known for. With a Trogon, he definitely, most of the time, gets for the head on rushing things. And Ikal, I mean, he just have to support, the support of the rest of the teams does. He are not getting a lot of headshots, but elimination-wise, he is getting most of it from that map. So let's see if that will happen once again in Purgatory. Again, Wasana is not like, they're not phased, despite of them not grabbing that Booyah, because they're very, very close and they know that they can easily put themselves up in there in just one day.
I mean, they've got the brew blood pumping through their veins. You know you're not going to need more than that. Jonah, one of the most lethal players out there. And this is a guy who's just chilling all the time. You are not going to find a serious Jonah because Jonah does not need to get serious. No, seriously.
Yeah.
And he's just one of those players who's just sick and tired. He's sick and tired of winning. He's sick and tired of dominating. And he's just chilling right now. And especially after bringing Wasana into the squad, Jonah doesn't even need to work hard anymore. I mean, you've got a super hard worker on your squad. Wasana, you just need to let him loose. And he's literally just running at opponents without even waiting for backup, right? He's got that much of confidence in his own skills as well as the backup that the rest of the players can bring. But it's not just about them. It's not just about those players. Alan from the side of Vietnam. 2.4 average eliminations, but very deadly up close and personal. WAG has been a standout team because of this guy. Limit, you saw him in action just now.
Yeah.
Marksman, sniper, usually walking in with a dual setup, and he's got that either AC-80 or M82B in hand, and he also brings in that AWM most of the times. If he can't find that, the Kar-98 works just as well. Any long-range weapons is deadly in the hands of Limit. Unfortunate because he faltered early. That led to the defeat of Attack All Around in the hands of Buriram because he got eliminated, brought back, and he only got that Vector. He's like Moshi up close and personal with those M82Bs. Dude, he can pop heads instantly up close and personal. And of course, you've got Koja. We saw him in action all throughout that match.
Yeah, I mean, Bigatron, Delta, Koja, and the rest of the teams. Koja is one of the top 2 in terms of the team standing. Coming from the knockout stage and still is showing up right now. I mean, the bomber team, most of the time, he's the one in front together with the rusher, and that is where they initialize the battle. He is, I would say, the second in command in terms of calling the shots because he can like spot out any information with the bombs, with the grenades being used, and that will give them an insight of how to approach any situation. Attack All Around, BTR, as well as WAG, I mean, those are representation of the top 3 players or top players to watch out for this map. Let's see if they will show up or a different set of players will come up.
And as far as Attack All Around is concerned, you're mainly looking at 2 players on their squad who's the deadly duo, right? Limit X7 as well as Jump God. If either one is still alive, they still can get into clutch situations where they can walk away, the survivors. But the unfortunate thing about these players is they need the right weapon in their hands. They're not too proficient with the other weapons, which is what makes me a huge fan of teams like Falcon, right? I mean, we know Coscu loves those CQCs. We know Coscu loves his shotguns. But we have seen, whenever we run these long marathons, whenever we're running through the knockout stages, we've also seen Coscu pick up all of those long-range weapons, try to play around with that AC-80, try to play around with the AWM. It was funny. It did not work. but that's the kind of situation you need to throw yourself into so that you're ready for any sort of situation the randomness of a battle royale could bring to you. But of course, speaking of randomness of battle royale, let's see exactly what sort of random flight path this flight into Purgatory takes this time round, Neptune.
Neither heaven or hell, as I often say, this is the second map of this day. We'll have to find out if the flight path is cruel or nice, or will it be something that they can work in on this battle. Bigatron Delta, the Booyah takers of that Bermuda. Let's see as to where they will be dropping right now. They might be too close to AG Global in the same direction, but as we go into Fire Brigade, we have RRQ, Kazu, and Team Falcon. There's a different Indonesian team going against the top team from 2 tournaments. Let's see who wins.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a party in here today. Peter with the Vector in hand will be able to find Razor. Razor just before that MP40 found the head off on fire. The pickup's not going to be impossible, but he spots out 3 players and he bites this time. Does so, tagged up from the back. That Thompson will be able to find the connections. Peter could not get out quick enough, and now one more from the Falcons picking the right decision here to go to the main player Kostu. He's back up on his feet, allows you to find the recovery while he holds on to the top, and Kostu could not by successfully Falcons solid well.
It is not just Bigatron Delta that can deal with the Falcons. RRQ has studied that routine and found out how to do it. And they did it with that amazing run in the early engagement of this map. Falcons will not be flying that much and will be waiting for a long time as we head over to attack all around against Hua Esports. 1 goes down. Triken will be taken down. But I guess looking at the elimination of attack all around, they dealt with 3 already.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is a good sign here coming for attack all around. It's a opportunity to perhaps find a little bit of a difference maker here in the squad for Thailand.
Let's see who else will be showing up for the side of Thailand as onto the other side, different regions. We have the Vietnamese heavy Tan is being chased out by Evo's Divine, but the rest of the teams unseen from this area. And Evo's Divine might be going into eliminations free at that battle as we go into Bigatron Delta against AG Global. Another giant that BTR is going to face. Kyong rushes in. Shotgun didn't show up that much in terms of damage, but as his back is turned, Ju will be taken down.
Oh, that's a big punishment coming through from Bigatron. Dew, the main player of the squad, snuffed out already, and AG Global definitely did not see that one coming. But of course, the team is not taken out of the equation just yet. Survivor still out there to bring the squad back in. But as you can see, this compound has been cleared out already. Bigatron Delta has dealt with a majority of their players, forcing the rest to scramble. And as we can see on the overall board here as well, 2 survivors from the side of AG Global should be able to get the recovery here.
It might take a while for them to recover. It might take a while for them to regroup, but at least there is hope for them. WAG, zero elimination. They are hanging back this time around. They don't want to be that aggressive. They didn't even target AG Global from the battle, and they just want to survive. Getting that final circle, continuing their run, and getting that booyah. As for the run, GOW still, once again, going for the chase on attack all around, and Iza on the lead. Jump God just jumping in, spotting enough, brought nice blue wall to make sure that they will not be taken out that easily. But attack all around says they will still survive.
I mean, this is a rematch here between these two. And thankfully, RRQ is not here to get involved in this fight once again, so perhaps they can take it all the way. Deanne trying to drive around alongside Iza. Cougar's going to be caught with his pants down here. Woodpecker in hand, but he's going up against a Bison and a Drogon. Iza dropped the ball, but the backup is there. Bison does manage to get the shutdown. The rest of the players on the side of attack all around has left them high and dry here, though. They backed away, leaving that sacrificial lamb to get taken down. So therefore, attack all around will focus on that revival. GOW looks like they are still on a hunt.
I love that being used, or the use of the vehicle to chase around. Same goes for Goream United, just to move around in this huge map. Hua Esports might have been spotted already. Let's see what Jonah and Moshi has planned for now, as Demon is there on the race, trying to go in a little bit too deep, and there goes attack around, firing back.
I mean, okay, they can't get too excited here, Neptune. That's a mistake by GOW. Their boundaries, just running into expecting to find low numbers, but that's an assumption, and that assumption turns on its tails, and 2 players lost on the side of GOW, giving attack all around the lead now in terms of eliminations on Purgatory. Just when I thought I was going to be proud of that play. WAG catching out Twisted Minds. Diamond with a sliver of health.
against Allen. Saming from afar. X-Ball with the VSS trying to shut him down, but he does manage to pull up a double to protect himself out of the equation. X-Posse from afar with the power to survive, and the launch pad will put him in a situation possible to survive a little bit longer. Hansen of WAG and Twisted Minds, but it looks like WAG is wasting no time to catch up with the rest of the players.
Quite surprisingly, Sam Ming backing out of a sniper battle against X-Bor is something else. And it's possible that is Twisted Mind just going in for survivability. But X-Bor will be taken down by hand. Surprise hit by a solo player, where the rest of the team still hanging back in Moat House. But this will slow down WAG's approach towards Twisted Mind. They might be saving the race, but they still continue on. There goes the Rebel Rush. Allen managed to make a few of the damage, but still stuck with that monster truck. Sam Ming with a Drogon.
Yes, Sam Ming, smart play here, but he's going to be from the back as well. The Cyber shows up with the next pause. He's saving the day here. Krillin would mount. X-Pause, he goes down, but it looks like the revival is on point for the rest of the Twisted Minds players. And EVOS Divine in the waters. They are straight in for this fight, and they might just be a 2 for the price of 1 with this engagement.
One thing surprised me though is Hans is still alive despite of that audacity of taking down one of the players of WAG. Bigatron Delta, 5th elimination already. Evo's Divine on the hunt, trying to look for WAG. Cyrus going in for that run, and Clearin will meet him with him right there into the corner. They might be able to spot Hans at this point, but no one is moving. Even Hans is not breathing. Not quite sure how long he can hold his breath.
This is an opportunity now for EVOS Divine to really shock the world. Heavy have managed to sneak away a couple of engagements, but they need to deal with WAG first. Aim God, beautiful shutdown with the Trogon, but needs to follow up with one more player. Cyrus shows up, could not get the elimination just yet. Tries to back away, but 2 players going up against him. Ray from afar with the AC-80. Finding a couple of connections, but just not enough for a knockdown just yet.
A-Max stuck in one corner. There goes the rest of the team. Aim God receiving a lot of damage. Allen and X-Bor going down, and WAG eliminated on 11. Evo's Divine has to feed off on them, and this is A-Max spotting Get Nice. Earlier it was Hans, now it is Get Nice. Heavy had a tendency of going solo and getting that much information, going across enemy lines, but the rest of the teams are way too far. Artemis will be spotted if not for that pole, and not for that pillar, he might have gotten down.
Yeah, most of the time, greed just does not pay. WAG went in for the shutdown, trying to chase down the players on the side of Twisted Minds, but they are the ones to get caught out at the end of the day. EVOS Divine now 8 eliminations strong. We did see AG Global get into a couple of scuffles earlier on as well, and one player using the zip line to go outside the circle, potentially for a vent to find a revival. Stop will be found with that AWM. Bring up know exactly want to hunt down for yet another player. Due up against Koja. Koja with the top offset circles around. At 1987 will be able to find him in the chest. I find Koja sees you.
And that is due right now, up close and personal, the sniper of the team. And that is the adjustment that we were talking about earlier. Bermuda United right here, going against Trican, the Arcan. And Yanbin is still alive and kicking death, trying to deal damage from afar. But Wasana is up close. This is not one guy that you want to be this close on. You need to keep your distance.
I mean, know how to play their priorities so correct here. Wasana focusing on the pickup instead of looking combination. As long as you kind of make sure you are making the right decisions, out there to your numbers, but a very smart move that clear the area, making sure he's not being put out. From the back, it helps esports survive a little longer.
Washi taking down Death from YE Sports, and let's see, Heavy will be rushing in. Vitan has been spotted on the high ground. The 1-3 split might not be working for them, but United has stuck together, regroup, and as they move toward away from this compound, let's see if they can fire back against Heavy. And as we go in, all right, as we go in, Bermuda United right now is just waiting. Heavy is still on the high ground. Position from Vitan, AC-80, just to get the sides and info of the things, and this is not looking good. I don't like this way of Vitan getting too distant from the rest of the gang, and Hans is also taken down, so they need a recovery, and in front of them is Buriram United. Vitan just waiting it out and Get High, and the rest of the teams right now is getting close to Get Nice, and as they tread the needle, this is something that they need to escape. On the other side, Shin will be taken down, and that goes for WA Esports. Twisted Mind getting the final elimination, and Nameless will be recovered in this game. Now let's see. Koja Monster Truck. That he spotted attack all around limit, making those shots, but that has pushed Bigatron Delta to one side, but still has to deal with the blue from both ends. AG Global has compound, but is waiting for a chance to fire back.
Yeah, let's see if another they can, because this is gonna hurt, man. I mean, circle number 3, nothing much to scream about, but you get caught in the wrong place, wrong time, and you've got the wrong team in front of you. It's going to be game over right here, right now. Bigatron Delta is one of the final ones from the right-hand side to catch up with the rest of the action, but they will be able to use a portal go to beam themselves in towards a safer spot. And this defensive spot is going to be putting them right between AG Global and a RRQ that has got that high ground advantage up against them.
Yeah, RRQ right now on the road. BTR on one side against AG Global, and still in clear view by this team. But there goes one player. Adu still managing to hold on to his position despite of being alone, and the rest of the teams are just hanging back, trying to find an opening into the next phase of the circle. But with 9 teams remaining at this stage, 3rd going to the 4th phase, it will not be easy to find any real estate. There goes 2 going down. Only 2 remains, Caramel and Cypher.
Absolutely. Cypher finding the connection from afar. And don't tell me Caramel's actually going to go in for the fight. Straight between GOW and attack all around. This is just absolutely crazy of a move. That's now with the grenade launcher. Ma'al finding connection onto EVOS Divine from afar. So many battles happening at the very same time, but 15 seconds now for them to close this all off, because the circle's going to move once again.
Abe making those shots, but unable to go for takedown, and there it goes. RRQ beating down EVOS Divine. 10 elimination already, and they take it out. The White Tigers, but they are outside of the next phase. Attack all around though needs to move in with the blue, but in front of them not only is Twisted Mind, but also GOW, but it's only 1 player from Twisted Mind, as the rest of the team was not recovered. 6 teams remaining in phase 4 of this circle, and there goes Twisted Mind taken out, making that 5.
RRQ personally putting an end, putting the final nail in the coffin for 2 teams, not 1. EVOS Divine as well as Bigatron Delta. That is huge. I guess they really don't want their brothers messing around with their final battle sequence to get the booyah off of this map. But the next one is going to be the Vietnamese Heavy. From the right-hand side, Abe flanking, looking for this elimination as those grenades will be tossed in first. It is all of those blue wall melted just to break down those defenses, and nobody else there to interfere in this battle. Heavy in a lot of trouble.
Heavy in heavy trouble indeed, and heavy gunfight.
My goodness.
They will be taken down by RRQ. RRQ is on fire right now. I'm not talking about Dutch being hit by the FGL earlier, but that is RRQ still on elimination spree, and now their target is Bermuda United.
Yeah, like I said, man, 4 booyahs on this map. RRQ definitely knows their way around this Purgatory, just to torture the souls out there. UAV is going to be sent out. Monster truck's going to be brought in as well for an extra measure of defense. Buriram still going to be the threat in that final circle. Looking for a potential here to be the top 3, or maybe even the booyah in their hands here, since they dropped the ball on that first map. And RRQ was part of that mess with them dropping that ball as well. Perhaps the perfect revenge can be executed by the Thai squad right here, right now.
And Dion has been taken down, flying in from that revive a little bit too deep, or a little bit too late on the revive. Well, let's see. Wasana making all those shots, AC-80 in hand, but not getting all that elimination just yet. Sana on the shot against Razor, pulls out a glue wall as the rest of the teams get positioned in the next phase circle. Let's see if this is fruitful for them, because I think Buriram United is in a risky move right now to get a little bit too close because of the 4 teams already waiting for them.
And this is what's so deadly about Buriram, right? Everybody has got the shotgun as well as either a marksman or a sniper on hand. They can play close, mid to long range. This is insane in terms of the team's capability for engagement. But RRQ, teased with all of those shots, are going to slowly try to rotate straight towards Buriram. Buriram quickly repositioning to make sure they are not the first ones to get into this next battle. RRQ either way will try to catch them out. GOW dead in the center. Attack all around, staying out of all of this chaos.
Buriram United didn't take the entrance or the inside of that arsenal. They just went into the edge. Wasana a little bit too deep against Buriram United. And here comes Razor trying to go in for the rush. But Abe goes down. A attack all around is going for the 2 players from GOW in the tower. And they are not distracted. They are, or rather distracted, on what's happening on the other side of this area. And it is not looking good for either team of attack all around and GOW. But GOW goes down with Moshi still have sights on them.
Yeah, at the very edge of the circle, both RRQ and Buriram in a lot of trouble as the circle starts to move. Attack all around is going to have the biggest advantage. And now they barricaded themselves inside of this watchtower. Razor, been very low on that HP. Wasana takes advantage with the Trogon. And that's now going to be in a lot of trouble right behind the monster truck. Tagged up already by Get High. The finish is coming through by RRQ. Both attack all around and Buriram say at the very same time an attack all around. Jump God from the back. Moshi cannot provide the support just yet as all of the barricades from attack all around blocks out his shots.
Buriram United, only 2 remains for them. Mushi is the target of the nades, and here comes Jamkad, Koger, and Pungad for a rush against Get High. Not looking good though. Riptide Rhythm didn't work that much, and the backstab coming from Get High. This might be it, but no, Moshi will be taken out first. Koger has been taken out, and it's a 1v1. Jamkad in. There goes Buriram United, taken out and attack all around for that booyah.
Lethal indeed, the silent assassins. When they need it the most, they know how to roll it up into a monstrous thunder to strike down anyone with their lightning bolt. Fantastic plays coming through from Thailand in that final sequence. RRQ managing to survive long enough. Vietnam had a representative as well, but the loudest sounds being made by Buriram and attack all around. And the final battle sequence to make sure the backstab from Get High did not work. That is phenomenal. Those are the split-second decision-making out there that decides whether or not you're going to be the booyah winner or the loser that says, I got close enough but didn't make it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't make it indeed. But the tackle around was in the risk of not making it earlier. When they headed in against the 2 players of GOW, Moshi has them on his side. Only 1 is standing, or make that 2 is standing. And that could have been taken out a little bit early, even before RRQ. And RRQ, I mean, I guess that was a Bay or probably Dutz on the final moment, but managed to sneak in between them. And I thought he was pulling out, leaving them to fight out and probably survive. But no, he went down as well as we look at the final moment of Attack All Around and Buriram United.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, massive eliminations here from Attack All Around. So even if, you know, things did go south there a little bit in a couple of those engagements, they made sure with all of the initial effort, the eliminations itself was going to keep them up top, right? Because we saw RRQ, monstrous round from them. They were already at 16 eliminations before the final sequence of battle because of the aggression. And it all started out with them shutting down the fly-high Falcons.
Yeah, there's one thing that worries me though. Buriram United has been in there in the final 3 for 2 consecutive maps already, and it's a different booyah taker. So they might have been denied of the booyah, but consistency of surviving to the final circle is still on Buriram United, and no surprise if that 1-point lead that that BTR had earlier has already been taken out, and they are the ones in number 1. But we'll have to see as we still look in the highlight. And Buriram United, this is how they were trying to survive. RRQ tried to do the same, but unfortunately in the final moment they lost 2 players.
Yeah, and of course Attack All Around up against Twisted Minds, who were trying to wait at the very edge of that circle before getting into the next zone. They just got snuffed out way too good, and Attack All Around just playing, you know, just pummeling them with shot after shot, and then getting into the very center of the circle to stay away from the heat of the battle, but also position themselves in the best spot to walk away with the booyah. And the more important thing of that whole sequence is They could have just sat down there and waited for that final battle, but they try to take advantage by getting aggressive towards the final sequence of battle as well. I mean, great decision made all throughout this game here, for attack all around. And like you pointed out, Neptune, at one point almost snuffed out, but this is what you call the perfect recovery for a team.
Yeah, perfect recovery. And I couldn't say it's luck or probably just their mechanical skills. Even like the way they approach in the middle of two players of Budayam United, Get High might have or almost took down one or two of the players while they're chasing against Moshi, but they just know how to move along, not to be spotted, and that's what they did, attack all around. I mean, they are deadly, lethal indeed in the battlefield, and they are just paying it forward after what happened to them on map number 1, and I think there's a good motivation for them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, overall, in the grand scheme of things, I used to say point rush. This is just point rush, but this is the revamped point rush. This is where you walk away with 10 points if you actually get the number 1 spot. And this is also where, if you place on the second half of the overall leaderboard, you walk away with nothing from point rush. So every single team needs to hustle, man. This is crazy. I did not expect it, because we kind of saw a different version of the point rush in the overall format at the start of the show. And then Garina's like, surprise!
It's one thing though. I mean, it's one thing that and I just thought of this right now. If in case you have that like 2 of that number 1 spot per day in the point rush, you have a leeway of not really putting so much of pressure on yourself and just study your opponent towards map number 1, and you will be able to make all those adjustments all throughout the rest of grand finals. But before we go there, we are going to go for an interview this time on the Booyah Takers, which is a tackle around.
And that is the second booyah for Attack All Around. Welcome Thailand to the grand final stage. Pungat, how's your feeling right now after receiving your booyah? Was a really intense match for you in the previous one?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ได้บูย่า
ก็ดีใจครับ แล้วก็จะทำให้ดีกว่านี้เรื่อยๆครับ
Okay, so he says that he's so happy and will do it a lot better in the next game.
Pangget bilang mereka benar-benar happy untuk dapetin booyah pertama dan mereka akan coba lebih baik lagi di game-game tersisa hari ini.
So Pungat, in your previous game, what makes you think that you guys letting your booyah goes away? What is the problem?
คิดว่าเกมก่อนหน้านี้ค่ะอะไรทำให้เราไม่ได้บูย่า
ก็แค่ทีมไฟท์เฉยๆครับอย่างอื่นก็ดีหมดแล้วครับ
We have some problem with the team fight, but the other is okay.
Pangget punya masalah sedikit tentang fight mereka mungkin dengan tim-tim yang lain, tapi untuk keseluruhan yang lain masih oke so far.
Pungat, how was your time in Surabaya? Was it fun? Did you do anything with your teammates?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการอยู่ที่สุราบายาคะแฮปปี้ไหมในทีมมีพูดอะไรถึงบ้างการมาครั้งนี้บ้างหรือเปล่า
ก็ดีครับสนุกดีครับเพราะว่ามีปูก้าอยู่ด้วยครับมันมึนครับ
Okay, Punkat says it was fun to be here with his teammate, especially have the Kuga in the team because he is very lively person.
Dia bilang dia happy banget ada di Surabaya, datang ke sini bareng teman-teman yang lain dan mereka bisa melakukan banyak hal di Surabaya ini. You feel so hot here?
รู้สึกร้อนไหมที่นี่อากาศมันแบบ hot มาก
ก็ใช้ได้ครับ
Yes, it does.
Dia juga bilang kalau di Surabaya lumayan panas ya. Memang seperti itu.
Glad to hear that you're having a great time here in Surabaya. I know that every team in here, they all have a confidence to become the champion. But which rank do you think you will achieve after the 2 point in the point rush stage?
เขาบอกว่าหลายทีมมาที่เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างมีความมั่นใจที่จะได้แชมป์อะไรแบบเนี้ยก็เลยคิดว่าเรทตัวเองหน่อยดีกว่าให้คะแนนตัวเองเท่าไหร่ที่ว่าจะได้แชมป์หรือว่าได้บูย่า
ก็สัก80แล้วกันครับ
He said he has confident like a 80% to get the booyah.
80%? Oh, dia bilang dia percaya diri 80%, 80%. Mungkin kita bisa lihat nanti permainan mereka akan seperti apa.
That's great. Thank you, Purgat, so much for having us in this interview. And also thank you to Yuki, our translator, and also Beverly as well. Thank you for watching our interview. Now, let's head back to the caster and see you guys in another game.
And this is exactly what you want for your squad. Your two top fraggers not being the top fraggers, not being the MVP, because then you know you're having a very, very good game, right? Everybody chipping in. I mean, they say, I love the love and the respect that they give to Cougar, although he's not the most lethal player on the squad, but he does bring a lot of energy to the team, right? He does bring a lot of knowledge from his previous squad onto the team of Attack All Around. And when you kind of mix that into the prowess of Limit, Jump God, Poon God, Foki, you know, magic happens. And Attack All Around has shown that magic here on Purgatory. Beautiful play, massive number of eliminations. It's not their usual gameplay. And we were just talking about this before the game started, right? As to how the deadly combo of Limit and Jump God, if they go a little bit crazy out there, you know, they are going to be pretty unstoppable. But Poon God saying, hey, bro, don't forget me just yet. 4 eliminations, 2,219 on the damage. 9 headshots from this guy, and he's the bomber of the squad, all right? His main job is to toss grenades at people.
Dude, I mean, imagine a bomber and his weapon is a woodpecker, and he's there's a lot of inconsistency here, but Purgat made it work, and that is what we love about Free Fire. Regardless of what your role is, you can switch around. We had that conversation somewhere within that map, within that game, and this is what they are doing right now. Purgat just taking a different role, or trying to make sure that he is that adaptable, dynamic in terms of role, and not sticking to just being a bomber.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, very surprising that they also play the Otho. Quite a rare pick for players out there. You do get a little bit of marking on your enemy within 20 meters after knocking down an enemy. And Purgat usually is not the greatest damage dealer. But as you can see, all of the players really chipping in the numbers this time around. And I was a little surprised to see Purgat as the leader, but it was actually Jump God that got the 6 eliminations. Purgat walking away with the 4, but I guess the damage kind of chips in the overall grand scheme of things for their performance.
Yeah, for RRQ right now is the elimination leader of this game. We've seen them really fire up in there. If it wasn't for only 2 players for the team, towards that final moment, they might have taken that booyah. And followed by Doots with 6. That is a total of 13 just from the 2 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is the surprising thing. Attack All Around has not really taken my heart away just yet. It's actually Moshi. It's actually Buriram. Consistency from this team and consistency from Moshi. Look at this. Glue walls destroyed. He's got the Riptide rhythm just jumping all over the battlefield, and he's just shutting down player after player. He's the MVP twice in a row for the side of Buriram. And in the grand scheme of things, we are going to highlight Buriram again on this next scene, because for this one, it is of course your Booyah winners. 28 points for Attack All Around, 16 eliminations, 12 placement points, massive game. RRQ picking up 25. This is great recovery from them and great consistency overall. But the consistency is also from Buriram. After a great game previously, they walk away with 20 points as well. This should definitely guarantee both Buriram and RRQ the top 3 spots on the overall leaderboard.
And that's what happened. It's if you switch it up, like taking a Booyah and then later on not, and I'm talking about Bigatron Delta, yes, they might have taken that number 4 spot, but once we look at the overall standings, the 2 that you just mentioned are now on top, and Bigatron Delta and Attack All Around will be left in 3rd and 4th because they were not consistent in both maps.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot on the line here. The new format of Point Rush is insane. Walking away with a total of 20 potential points for the grand finals as head start points is insane. It's ridiculous. It's out of the world. It's game changing. It is tournament breaking. And Buriram is in spot to grab the first 10 out of that. But clearly the Indonesians are keeping the heat turned up, not just through their ayam penyet, not just through all of the spice that they threw into the food, but with the gameplay out there on the battlefield. It's great to see that they're not faltering. It's great to see a little bit of that home ground advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are really being hyped right now because of the home ground advantage. Not only that, because of the motivation that they got from the knockout stage, and RRQ performing that well all throughout. And that is one thing that we talked about that with Vietnamese. Once you get motivated by the other teams from the same region, you try to do the best that you can, and that's what Big Tron Delta did after seeing RRQ doing so much in the knockout stage. Thus, they are very close behind and only leaving the rest of Thailand and Vietnam on that leaderboard.
Yeah, but this is what's tickling me. But I can't laugh just yet. I want to cry. Falcons dead last in the 12th spot, 7 points from 2 games, an average of 3.5 points for the reigning defending champions of Southeast Asia. For the current champions of the Esports World Cup is unacceptable. But like I said, it could be a 50-50 here for Team Falcons. Sometimes when you win so much of money, bro, you get a little comfortable. But this could just be them lying low. We saw this for both the previous 2 tournaments. They laid low as much as possible. And then 6 games, 1 day, explosive stuff. And they were back-to-back champions. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's actually going to bring us to a point where we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, I expect Falcons to fly up to the top. We'll see you in a bit.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku keberdian. Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena WTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 for day number 1 of Point Rush. And the consistency from some teams that we are looking out for here is absolutely mind-blowing. But we are barely at the halfway mark. This is just game number 3 that we are arriving at, which means 4 more matches for the teams that have not done well enough just yet to rise up to the top. I'm still, of course, looking for the Falcons to soar up high, but they're not the only ones that are struggling. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with my good friend, my brother, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day.
Yeah, I'm talking about Falcons. I mean, they might be a team right now at this moment who's thinking that Point Rush really doesn't matter. Probably they didn't get the memo that the number 1 spot has changed to 10 already. So probably this is the chance that they will turn things around and get the number 1 spot. But based on where they are and how they are placing right now, it is not looking good. So we'll have to find out if this is just day 1 jitters, especially as they are playing in Indonesian soil, but they are not the ones who are not used to a LAN event.
Yeah, I mean, and not only are they, very used to a LAN event, they're used to not playing on home ground, and they are also used to winning, right? We saw them do it in the previous Free Fire World Series. We were not playing in, Thailand. We were literally outside of Thailand. We were in Vietnam. We were getting things done there in the hottest of ways. And then right after that, we flew to the hot and sweaty Kalahari, Saudi Arabia. They got it done there as well. And now, you throw them into Jakarta, it's a good balance of both Vietnam as well as Saudi Arabia. The heat from the food is there. The love from all of the people around them, it's there. Falcons, they should be able to do it. But like I said, you never know. Because when you're in front, when you're leading the pack, when you have been the best team out there, two amazing competitions back-to-back with a massive prize pool.
Yeah.
You could just get a little lackadaisical with your approach, bro. And I don't blame them. I like that because at least we've got space here for some of the other teams to also bring in some of that loot into their own pockets.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that, I'm also wondering if because of the swap or the changes in roster from both teams might have affected them, because earlier we were talking about Cougar coming from Attack All Around and they are with Keroro from Team Falcon. So hopefully that's not the case, because most of the time that is what they like. It's beneficial for them finding out the tactics of other teams. So as we look at the summary after 2 matches, this is what we have. Bermuda United, because of their consistency, despite of not getting any booyahs, they are number 1 with 43.
Absolutely, bro. They always say no booyah, no problem. Consistency is the key. RRQ screaming the exact same thing. But the dangerous part here is we saw some moments of weakness coming through from both the teams. What are those moments? The incapability of grabbing the booyah, even though they have seen that final circle 2 times in a row. Is that going to play against both Buriram and RRQ? We'll find out most definitely, as they are the dominators of this map. Both Buriram and RRQ hold the most number of booyahs, 6 and 5. Yes, we've got Attack All Around, just slotted in between them perfectly. But the exact same number of points is shared between Attack All Around as well as RRQ Kazu on this map. But the prowess of reaching the final circle, the prowess of getting it done as the final team alive on that map, it's going to be an explosive one yet again. The other teams better watch out, man, because the consistency is going to be key in terms of dominating out there in Jakarta today.
Yeah, I mean, if they became consistent right now, especially for Bermuda United, knowing that this is one of their best favorite map, they might be grabbing the 3rd booyah and still remain number 1, leaving the rest behind. But RQ will still be close. And how close? Currently, we saw the overall standing was 4. If they did that the same thing, they were surviving like towards the final 3 of the final circle as well. And that has been happening for twice in a row already. Only like the ones who is being introduced in that final circle, the ones in the booyah. So it might be a different team, but still they will maintain their spot and they will get the huge piece of those points.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Razor, a little sleepy as he waits for this next matchup to start. Ma'al playing with his hair, wondering how much has my hairline grown from the previous match. Not much at all, Ma'al. You need to focus on your shot. the man's focusing on the wrong stuff. But it doesn't matter as long as they're able to get the job done, as long as they're able to keep the pressure on the rest of the squads. But taking a look at the top 3 damage, as usual, Moshi showing up. And you know, our good friend Gideon asked me this question: who's the deadliest sniper out there? And he put forth the name of Dew. And I truly do agree. Dew is lethal out there as a sniper. But my favorite is always going to be Moshi, because this man, just like Jonah, is just chilling. Just like Jonah, he doesn't really care to show off nor go out there collecting points for himself. He doesn't need the Predator of the Week extra pocket money, because he knows he is a world champion, not once but twice. This man has got diamonds on his ears, literally. But when push comes to shove, when he wants to go all out, he delivers. 6,240 damage. That AWM spicy.
Yeah, and Dudes, followed by Dudes with the Trogon with 5,799, and Ma'al, who's still messing with his hair with 5,145. And I'm not quite sure, probably he's getting tired of the broccoli look at this point and want to change it up a little bit, probably in a K-pop style, but I don't think it would work with his hairstyle. But anyways, I mean, I love this guy. I love how he plays in the battlefield. I love how I see him with the rest of the teams and how he's carrying the team as well to a different height, especially this season of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you look at RRQ and you look at who's at the top. It's not even Ma'al, but Ma'al brings on so much of pressure. You know, RRQ is just one of those teams where every single player is putting in the numbers. Every single player is putting in the work. Team Falcons, on the other hand, we cannot say the same for them, right? They've been struggling. They have not been showing us the numbers. And I expected an explosive start to Point Rush for Falcons, a little bit of a recovery from really being tortured in the knockout stage. But it still seems to be a little bit of a weak showing. Are they, just washouts at this point of time? Can they not be hoped upon to bring us a couple of trophies yet again, continuing their monstrous run? I don't think so. Once again, it's a 50-50. But looking at their faces, looking at the grit and determination on some of their faces, the smiles on a couple of others, this team might still have an ace up their sleeves, although they're wearing short sleeves.
Well, up to their armpits. I would
Do not pull the card out.
And once they pulled it out, definitely that would sting. That would sting the opponent. That would sting even themselves. So let's see on what they are going to pull out in this battle. And on the team stats as well, we also have GOW. We talked about this team, but unfortunate for the team, they are not doing it quite that well, but midway through, all throughout the overall standing, and they are the ones leading pack in terms of the Vietnam region. I mean, even WAG, who has been performing overall from knockout stage, has been beat and has been overthrown from their chair, as opposed to what we're seeing from GOW. I mean, they might have been done out in early engagement of this battle, but they know how to bring it back. They know how to get back on their feet and try to fight for their spot in the final circle. It's not being it's not showing, but they are still doing their best. They're just following Twisted Mind with 8 points, and we've seen how Twisted Mind are.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've seen them, and we've seen that aggression. We've seen the capabilities. Twisted Mind's just one of those teams that can get the job done when they feel like getting the job done. They are not very consistent with that aggressive approach out there on the battlefield, and it's a little bit of a disappointment to me, because as well as some of those fans out there, it's a disappointment to Husky, who bought their jersey recently. They've got a fancy jersey. Twisted Minds is a team that is capable of a lot of domination. You look at Diamond, 185 eliminations in the competition so far. Saming, deadly sniper as he is. Exposi and Nameless, they always show up on the overall leaderboard. But in terms of consistency of picking up points is where they kind of falter a little bit, right? Looking at the top 3 knockdowns, by the way, once again, Moshi, 14 knockdowns, followed up by Wasana, but Ma'al showing up here once again. And it's mainly because of the consistency but both teams have had in those engagements that puts them on that pedestal, on the highlight. But I can't accept just these kinds of highlights for Moshi. I want to see a clutch situation for Moshi. I want to see that 1v2. I want to see the 1v3s out of this man once again. I branded him the clutch king of the squad. In fact, of the whole competition long ago. Nobody has actually taken away the title from Moshi just yet.
Yeah, up close and personal, he can bear the sniper and just swing it all throughout and still manage to hit. I mean, hopefully he gets most of the time the sniper, because we saw him like using a different weapon. If I'm not mistaken, he tried a mini Uzi up close and personal. Yes, he does have accuracy, but it's different when you're a sniper, and probably that's one reason as well why Coscu managed to try and swap out roles just to get a feel of it. But you did mention that trying to switch weapon, trying to switch roles is a good thing for a team, so that you, just in case you're left behind and you're put in that position wherein you have to put on a different role, you still manage to win the fight.
Yeah, you're right about that, right? And Buriram, like we mentioned earlier in that matchup, is one of those squads that runs a double setup on their weapons. And the way they do it is having either a marksman and or sniper, and the other one will usually be an assault rifle or a shotgun, right? So they've got the mid to long to short range engagements all down under their belt. The only difference is they are not a team that interchanges roles. You know, you've got your rusher, and he is the only rusher for the squad. You're not going to see Moshi suddenly, you know, taking the lead in some of these fights. It's always going to be Wasana. Sometimes Jonah does get a little crazy. Sometimes, you know, he wants to wipe away all of the stats from the side of Wasana. He wants to grab a couple for himself as well, but very deadly upfront and in personal as well. And when Jonah steps up ahead, that's when they are a little bit more dangerous, because the backup player is Wasana as the rusher, and you know, these guys, that combo of Jonah and Wasana is just so deadly. But a little bit of a head-to-head here from Bigatron Delta and Attack all around. 8 to 6 eliminations between Ikal to Poongod. Ikal clearly doing slightly better. Headshots wise though, Poongod, my goodness, this man is on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, he 11 headshots versus the 6 that they have. Yes, it might have shown that in terms of damage, Ikal has done so much. And why are these players being highlighted? Because these are two teams, or players from two teams, that grabbed the Booyah from the first two maps. So we might see a different player out there being highlighted later on after map number 3, but we'll have to see further how they work. I'm just looking at some stats as well from the past, from the previous season though, and I'm trying to figure out what is up with Team Falcons right now, because even from the last season, their day number 1 stats is compared to what we're seeing right now, it's quite higher. So it might be that they really slowed down, or they have been thrown off because of the pressure that Indonesia has brought in, not only in game but also as they are on Indonesian soil right now. And you know how it is. At some point, there are some crowds who really wants to cheer out, as well as bring down some of the teams that would be a threat.
Yeah, I don't mean to state the obvious, but I don't think this was intentional at all from Falcons. No way in hell they would have expected to be hot dropped by RRQ out of nowhere. And the recovery from that initial gunfight was obviously non-existent. They were the first team to get kicked out here at Purgatory, and therefore they now need to go on a spree of recovery. Only problem here is they are not the best team on Alpine, but at the same time, they're not the worst team on Alpine. They are mid-card at worst. They've got 2 Booyahs on Alpine so far. It is a very lethal team. You know they can walk away with massive eliminations if they really want to go all out. So it's not done and dusted just yet. One solid game is going to allow them to be in the top 5. If they can walk away with the Booyah, they're guaranteed the top 5 spot already. One more game, if they perform decently well, of course they can be even in the top 3. And if Buriram and RRQ make a couple of mistakes in this next 2 games, there's a potential Falcons is back in the number 1 spot. But obviously, there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes in that whole sentence.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look at the stats right now of the current number 2, it is AG Global. That is 8.8 average elimination, 5,800 on average damage, as well as 9.7 on the average assist. This is a team really that we don't see that often in the start of a match. And most of the time, if they are in an early engagement in the beginning, they are on the losing side, managing with only 2 players. And then towards the end, that's where they fire back, getting more of the information. And probably that's the same reason as well why Gideon, or was it Husky or Gideon. Mentioned that Du is his best sniper, because it's not just going in for the gunfight. He gets all those information, he relays it to the rest of the team, and he leads them to get to that final circle, and thus they managed to bring themselves a knockout stage quite higher compared to what we've seen them do.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the strategy that AG Global is working with here, because I mean, I like it when Buriram plays it, where each individual player has got a specific role and they stick to it. But as far as All Gamers Global go, I miss the old Caramel. I miss the Caramel that was not focused as being the sole bomber of the squad. I mean, massive number of grenades used by Caramel so far, but the eliminations are not speaking for that strategy, right? A total of 104 eliminations throughout the whole knockout stage. In the past, we used to see way more numbers from him. And the heavy lifting is currently being done by Dew. The eliminations are there. The main reason why you're not seeing AG Global in the #1 spot is because it's just Dew picking up strays and eliminations from afar, but they're not actually going in for squad elimination after elimination. They've been consistently towards the top, not really dominating all the time, but they've had a couple of massive days where they've picked up, the most number of points within those days. But apart from really screaming in those couple of days, AG Global has not really shown us championship quality just yet, but that could of course change in a simple day. Like I said, there have been a couple of days where they've gone ballistic. I think it was the week that I wasn't casting where AG Global just went all out. They were just insane on that day. Maybe I'm the curse to AG Global, I don't know. But I was disappointed because I want to scream for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, probably when they hear about AG, they think about AJ. So that will be AJ Global. That's happening right now.
It's causing some friction, bro. They're like, it's the wrong letter, bro. Change your name from AJ to AG, then maybe we get that extra power.
Well, jokes aside, we are just waiting for next map to happen when that siren beats, and there you have it. A siren is off. It's not a signal of the zone closing in. The signal of Alpine being laid out, and the team will be playing and flying in to this cold and hot map.
Let's see what sort of craziness awaits us here at Alpine. Flight path already walking or flying our players in. Heavy, the first one out of that flight alongside Buriram, Hua Esports, and Attack all around. The rest of them just biding their time, making sure they don't get caught out a little bit too early. But I don't think Hua Esports is going to be able to peel away from this initial pressure that Attack all around is going to be bringing at Malaysia. And to make things worse, WAG is dropping in towards the bottom side of Malaysia as well.
Yeah, the WAG is split up on Malaysia as well as Rivermouth, and probably a good opening for them as well, because AG Global, as we did mention, is not that aggressive in terms of early engagement, and they have that leeway. Attack around, though, is that aggressive team, and as we look in, Hua Esports is really in trouble. Two of them has gone down already. It's only Pungad on the trade, and the pickup is possible for them, but we're seeing Evo's Divine in the picture, and Aim God goes down that quickly.
If you don't have Limit, and if Limit doesn't have a sniper, Attack all around is instantly nerfed. This has got to be a instant recovery here for them. And thankfully, Jump God is still in play, right? They've brought in the new player, Cougar. According to them, they have got a lot of hopes of this guy. I haven't really seen him do much for the side of Attack all around just yet, but perhaps this is a platform where he can use to shine. But as I talk about him, man, Ray just bursts him towards the lobby right again. A little bit of recovery needed here for Attack all around, and Jump God says, I do not want to get involved in this mess anymore.
Yeah, and Ray has been eliminated, needs to be brought back, and it looks like it will be a balance playing field between all these two teams. One player, Aim God, has been taken by Limit, and this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Give him a sniper, and he will bring everyone who inside down. And WAG is also going in onto this mix, and I'm quite surprised on how so much team has dropped in that area, but no one is eliminated just yet.
Yeah, smart play coming through here. They've got a double revive and Attack all around. A little bit of lifeline as Limit gets taken out. He was holding the back lines, so tortured back to the lobby here as he waits for the recovery. Pungad surviving that onslaught. Headshot with the Thompson. Puts down Get Nice, but from the backstab, Artemis and gang do manage to spray him down. Attack all around. They have taken away quite a number of lives, but now will be on a back foot looking for that recovery.
Yeah, 2 remains for Attack all around, and they just need to get a little bit of rest as well as recovery. But Cooper might have been spotted, and there you go, being chased by Wasana. No one bites the dust for Attack all around, and they might not be going all around at this for long. Buriram United grabbed their first booyah as they were just waiting in here silently in this area.
No, I mean, I love that. I mean, dude, I am so upset that I cannot be in Jakarta right now. You heard that buzzing sound as the circle started to close. Dude, it's a different environment altogether to be at that land stage. Although I'm upset, I am a little glad I still do get to be a part of this action. Thank you very much, Karina. Buriram United picking up a truck for themselves as they try to circle around. Get high. I mean, lethal, man. Look at this. 150 eliminations, 173 knockdowns, and the most used weapon and the weapon that has been able to torture all of these players out there from Get High, that Woodpecker, armor penetration at its finest. He's just so torturous to deal with.
Yeah, torturous indeed. Now, let's see how much torture WAG has to deal with. Heavy is just chasing them from where they dropped earlier. Next board managed to get a rock and try to fire back against the rest of Heavy as a distraction, leaving one behind. But there goes Alan, distracting them as well. So it's Heavy, not really sure who to target first, but Alan's the one closest. And here comes Vitan up close and personal, but Vitan still goes down. Alan for that elimination. And Alan finally going down. The rest of WAG might be firing back.
A 1-for-1 trade, but EVOS Divine keeping an eye on this action between the two Vietnamese squads. This could be absolute danger. And I believe one player did get tagged up by EVOS Divine from the back. The end down on the ground, bleeding out. Razor doing the exact same as well. But recovery here for GOW. Tun does manage to get there. Ma'al, on the other hand, is nowhere close. He's waiting for that recovery through revival. So RRQ on a hard reset, but the reset been pulled through very well from the squad. Oh no!
Oh, attack all around, being eliminated. You asked for this earlier. If these two, or no, we're talking about BRU and RRQ, but attack all around being taken down, that doesn't give them so much chance to move up. But AG Global trying to beat down Bigatron Delta. This might be the fruition of what you asked for as we look at Caramel goes in FGL already in hand and trying to put pressure on those blue wall, and the rest of the teams of AG Global is just putting so much pressure on Koja right now.
Such is the life here as a Free Fire esports player, esports pro player, I have to say. Off of a booyah, they get snuffed out instantly. It's surprising because Attack All Around is the second place team overall in terms of performance, but AG Global overwhelming Bigatron Delta now. This could be a big play. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, but Caramel does not take advantage of the drop defenses. Due from afar will be able to find Kyong and his head. Bigatron Delta, perhaps they crumble right here, right now.
G right now trying to steal that title of best sniper in Free Fire. And there goes recovery. Finally, good saving grace for AG Global. On the other side, Heavy is trying to survive this battle. Hands right now will not be surviving that much. Gets nice, goes back, and V10 will be left afar. Now, WAG and Heavy has been dealing for this from the beginning of this map, and Xbor is now in the chase. This is the time that WAG will be hunting Heavy as they've done that earlier.
Oh, Vithan wants to get to that vending machine as quickly as possible, and he bites back two players at the same time, and a timely recovery for Heavy as their brothers WAG shut them down over and over again, chasing them all over the battlefield. 8 eliminations for WAG. They're going to be smiling all the way back to the bank here, and as well as the loot that Heavy has been able to bless them with.
Yeah, WAG, I mean, they need to be cautious now because they've seen and shown so much aggression overall from the past two maps, but it is not giving them that final circle. So they have to go back to drawing board, what they have been doing in knockout stage, and show it here. RQ in trouble. Ma'al with no glue walls, trying to recover. Abay trying to get that a chance for a recovery in a bit, but Hawaii Sports still spread out, giving more advantage for RQ to hit them one by one if in case they bring back one of the players.
Yeah, one player taken down already, but the instant revive is there. AG Global's stop finds Koja. Bigatron still being teased by AG Global, but I believe they have snuffed out all the players here at Stadium from the side of Bigatron. But the game is not over just yet for Bigatron. They have an opportunity to find the recovery. One more finding Get Nice from Heavy. Looks like Heavy is not going to get lucky just yet with that survival. They'll have to go on this revival spree. And the battle between RRQ and Y Esports not over just yet.
Not over just yet. I mean, we saw earlier that there might have been one player for Hawaii Sports, but a recovery is also possible. On the side of Evo's Divine, 5 elimination, we don't quite know yet where they grabbed that, but the early parts, they also were introduced in a 4-way battle in this map. So as they are just staying still, laying low at this point, trying to find the edge of the circle, they might be able to redeem themselves after going down a little bit early from Bermuda. And next on their list would be Heavy, but they don't have that much visual and angle to take.
Yeah, neither do they have all of the loot, right? Because being forced to revive a couple of times already. In fact, everybody has been revived at least once. So they've been on a hard reset. As you can see, Artemis here walking in 0 grenades, 2 glue walls, 3 medkit. If they get caught out now, bye-bye Heavy. They barely have any defenses out there in the open. And those glue walls are not going to be able to sustain them a open engagement at all, right? So we'll have to catch up with the Vietnamese squad. In the meantime, Falcons, on the other hand, have been doing pretty well in terms of their looting game. Early, matchup here at Alpine. They're just preparing for that final battle. And this is what I like. A very strong Falcon in that final circle is going to be deadly, and a potential booyah here for Thailand thanks to them.
Yeah, and Gosku will be sitting this out, being replaced by Keroro. So let's see if that changes in the game style and the result of this map. AG Global, though, on a joyride as they look for the remaining player of Hawaii Sports. They are currently third as a tackle around with the same elimination has been taken down. And Heavy right now, who have received a lot of heavy damage earlier, is trying to regroup and loot up, but might have been spotted one player from Bigatron Delta.
Where can they go? Bigatron on the recovery. Kyong brings back Koja. Ikal just got brought back, I believe. He's just trying to loot up. Good blue wall. Vitan says, thank you for coming. Barely has any loot on him, but it's okay. We'll take whatever you have.
Good anticipation, but it's not just that. The trade-off on Bigatron has happened as well on Artemis, but recovery will be done. Koja will be brought down, and Evo's Divine will be, just finding stragglers overall. Hawaii Sports and RRQ outside of the blue, tanking every damage that they can deal with. And there goes Abe to the ground. Shin with a slipper of health managed to survive.
Yeah, dangerous play here for RRQ outside the circle, tickling Hawaii Sport. The problem here is all of these sounds could just bring in a third party, and that's the kind of battle RRQ will not be able to sustain. They barely have these defenses. Tanking the circle at circle number 3 is very risky. But the question is, can they rotate around without the final play of Hawaii Sports finding them? As I say that, Abe does get tagged up from the back. Death, on the other hand, just hiding away. But they want to go in here for the finishes, so Death is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Death right now is knocking on his door. And let's see if there's any pressure that can be bought in by Hawaii Sports. WAG, though, just moving a little bit faster compared to AG Global towards the next phase of the circle. And this might be troublesome for them. They are the ones in the lead currently in terms of elimination. But we've seen how the other teams respond once another team is so aggressive.
Yeah, beautiful rotation from WAG. We're just talking about how AG Global was behind them. They used their launch pad getting into this next circle. So not a lot of on-foot rotation coming through here. They just need to make sure they play their glue walls great on that arrival, and it looks like they have done exactly that. So no teams have been able to take that pot shot against them. Jonah, on the other hand, finding Shin. GOW finding Heavy. 5 eliminations in hand already for GOW, and it looks like Heavy's Hans will get caught out here by the circle. The damage mostly will be brought on by the blue. The rest of the players scramble. But this is not the best position that you can be in if you're GOW. Right in front of you stands EVOS Divine. They beam themselves across right towards the roof of EVOS Divine. Great play from GOW.
Beam me up, Scotty. That is what they have to offer right now in terms of positioning. And WAG clearly in trouble against AG Global. Stop has been stopped by the blue wall, but here comes the rush. The rest of the team, surprise! There goes WAG. Their aggressiveness is working for them, even with an M79 managed to take down Stop.
Jack in the ball. AG is absolutely team of the team on this. How much more option can bring to us 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen, boys, because this is an outperformance. This is not their best map. They've got one here on Alpine, but they're literally placed 12 overall minutes at this map if you compare the 18 teams that played the knockout stage. So this is an outperformance for them for sure, and they're currently currently leading with the most number of eliminations. Rotation in the weak point of WAG on Alpine. Final sequence getting towards this next. So very, very important. That's what that job.
Yeah, very crucial for them, and they're doing well. And that's one thing. It's more of the awareness that they're not doing specifically good in one map. Thus, they tried, and now it's making work. They are trying to make it work right now, but the position that they have is where all traffic is. Bigatron Delta, Twisted Mind, Bermuda United, WAG might be in trouble, as on this side, it's only GOW and Evos Divine, and another team who is Team Falcons just stepped into next phase. So this might be a good plan for Team Falcons to get back on track, because they were not seen from the early parts of this map.
Triple kill.
Yep, WAG is out, and there goes WAG. Koja, though, managed to be taken down and now picked up. Now, will they survive the blue right now? RRQ being taken down. Twisted Mind, Diamond's already on the ground. Saming managed to survive, but flies in, and Bermuda is just in this Mind, who is just waiting in there from the outside.
My goodness, Twisted Minds up high with the torture for RRQ. RRQ tried to get a little bit of an advantage up against them, but Twisted Minds outplayed them in terms of the timing and then took their own defensive spot. Now the bird's eye view for the Thai squad. 4 eliminations strong, not trying to get super aggressive. Falcons looking for that booyah. This is that recovery I was looking for out of the Falcons. Let's see if that works. 6 more teams alive and kicking here, and a lot of pressure for Falcons to deal with. Bigatron Delta getting shut down. Final player taken out by GOW, the one and only. I mean, unbelievable stuff happening here. 5 more teams as they stand.
Is Evos Divine, and across them is a team of Bermuda United and Twisted Mind going in for a battle. There it goes, they come outside. GOW still trying to win this fight. Unfortunate for them from afar. They have been taken down by different teams, and we are down with 4.
Falcons striking when it was most important for them to sneak away those points. 8 eliminations strong. Now they spot out Buriram on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is the Evos Divine. Can they sneak away the eliminations? Yes, they can. Peter on fire. Both of them freaking on fire. Blazing through this final battle. Avex now the final player on the side of Evos Divine. Gonna get caught out. The shot from 3 players on the side of Falcons, but it's still not going down just yet. Solid blue walls all directed. Twisted Minds out. Evos Divine still managed to sneak away that elimination as he's running away from Falcons.
Apex right now trying to run away, but ring around the rosy they go. It's now a Team Falcons going against Bermuda United, and we just called them out, and they are showing up. Bermuda United eating a little bit of grenade coming from Peter, but here comes the rush from behind. Peter goes in on an exchange of position, and Moshi goes down. The grenade of Keroro, 2v4, and Team Falcons is flying high.
Flying high indeed, 71% on the win rate here. Potential for Team Falcons. Buriram bye-bye, says Falcons. As once again they hit that high note, flying towards the top to prove that they are not down and out just yet. As predicted, the comeback is alive for Falcons.
The Comeback Kings might be it. The title for this team from knockout stage, not getting that number 1, is now slowly moving in and in an excellent fashion. Now, as you did mention, this will bump them up a little bit higher, but as we look at who they went against in the final circle, it's still Bermuda United. So consistency overall, despite of just consistent on number 2 spot, is still bringing them to that number 1 in the overall standing.
Yeah, big brother Buriram is always saying, congratulations, bro. Good to see you in the final circle again after a long time. yeah, you want some points, go ahead, take it. But no booyah, no problem for Buriram. As far as Falcons are concerned, they need every single booyah that they can find out there. And it's a good start here. Massive number of eliminations. not really something that we can say for the team. But towards that final sequence, right, being able to shut down the remaining players, Buriram, of course, does put them in a decent enough advantage up against the rest of the teams. We talked about how they would be able to climb up to the top 5, but because they didn't really go crazy in this game, they're now somewhere around the middle of the overall leaderboard. We'll have to take a look at the points. I can't really math the math in my head right now, but it was quite the surprising start. A lot of action at the very, very head end of this game in itself.
And that's the usual tactic of Team Falcons. I mean, they have been lying low. We've seen them in the horizon, but not really in engagement. And that's when they are preparing, saving up all those resources, and then just waiting for the perfect timing to use all of that. And even when they're very close against the team, they're not really engaging that forcefully. Thus, they might not have really reached the top 5 compared to what we've seen the other teams do. I mean, in front of another different team, they just go all out. Similar to what we've seen here, WAG, they thought Alan is already in there, down for the count, but the rest of the gang of WAG just jumped them in, taking 2 down from AG Global.
And, WAG though, I don't think they saw that one coming. They were having such a great defensive spot, and then Bigatron Delta said, "Hi, bro. Do you know what it's like to be, to be at the receiving end of a few grenades?" Because we saw WAG playing those with grenades quite a little bit, pulling away a couple of eliminations, but literally, I did not expect this at all. Bigatron Delta making them eat those nades up close, personal, not allowing them any bit of response whatsoever. And there's just too much of chaos in that final sequence. Just way too many teams still alive. WAG did well up to that point. They had great number of eliminations, but just could not go any further. But overall, grand scheme of things, decent performance from WAG in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are seeing like signs of hope for WAG, but it's not only them, the other teams as well. So it's also possible WAG who have been pushed down because of insufficient placement points. Yes, they had a lot of elimination, and that has been going on over all throughout the day. But if you don't survive, that is the name of the game right now. Survivability, survivors. If you don't survive that long, you don't get that much points.
Yeah, I mean, everyone can take a page out of the Buriram playbook. Just surviving, just making sure they get to that final circle. Massive eliminations, yes or no, it's really not a concern to them. They just want to make sure that the top 3 every single game, and that consistency alone will be able to guarantee them that number 1 spot, right? They have been that second place squad, 2-3 times now? It's insane. It's like, what in the world is going on with this squad, right? But that's the threatening part as well as to how close they are. We are going to be throwing this to an interview though, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly what the Flying High Falcons have to say.
And it's another booyah for the Thailand team. Welcome, Team Falcons. Right next to me is On Fire. On Fire, I want to hear your sawadi to the world. Can you say it for me?
ทักทายนะคะทุกคนที่กำลังรับชมอยู่ทั่วโลกตอนนี้เลยดีกว่า
สวัสดีครับ
Hi guys.
Dia cuma bilang halo menggunakan bahasanya sendiri. Sawadikap.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Sawadi. So On Fire, how was your EWC trip of you and your teams? How was it?
About EWC trip,
Yeah.
right? เขาอยากรู้ว่าตอนที่ไป EWC ทริปของเรามันเป็นยังไงบ้างรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีครับก็ดีทุกอย่างครับ
It was good actually everything is good.
Semuanya baik-baik aja, nggak ada masalah sejauh ini.
So I heard your trip was good, right? Then are you going to become the champion here again? Another victory for you? Do you think like that?
คิดว่าเราสามารถที่จะแบบทำ Golden Road ได้ไหมได้มาแล้ว2แชมป์คิดว่าจะเป็นแชมป์ที่นี่อีกได้ไหม
ได้แน่นอนครับ
Of course.
Okay, I want to ask for a last question maybe.
Okay.
Falcons, Team Falcons always fight with BTR and now BTR here. Okay, so what do you want to say to them?
เขาบอกว่าไฟคอนเนี่ยสู้กับ BTR บ่อยมากไปกันตลอดแล้วตอนนี้ BTR อยู่ตรงหน้าแล้วค่ะอยากจะพูดอะไรถึง BTR ไหมคะ
ก็ของจริงเขาวัดกันที่รอบชิงครับ
The real thing will be on their final day.
Ah, Mereka akan lihat nanti di final, mungkin mereka akan bentrokan lebih lagi bersama Bigetron Delta. Kita lihat nanti.
Are you playing your best right now or is not the best yet?
Wow เขาบอกว่าไอที่เล่นอยู่ตอนเนี้ยเนี่ยนี่คือแบบ 100% ของทีมเราแล้วไหมหรือว่ายังออมมือให้อยู่
ก็เต็มที่แล้วครับ
They always play แบบ everything and give everything to every game.
Mereka cuma berdoa berkali-kali agar permainannya lebih baik lagi setiap gamenya.
Yep, that's great to hear, and I hope Team Falcons will keep this spirit, keep this fire on track. Thank you so much, On Fire, and again, congratulations on Team Falcons for this booyah in the third game. Now, let's head back to the caster and see you guys in the next game.
All right, we've been laughing all along because of the answers coming from the interview. And On Fire, I mean, you're pulling our leg. He did mention that they are putting up their best, but for the first two maps, it doesn't look like it. Yes, it might be on the third map. Yeah. They've shown the wings that is not clipped for Team Falcons right now, but this is not looking like the Team Falcons that we know of. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more that they can show.
On Fire clearly lied, and I could read his face. He lied when he said, yes, we are giving our best. But he did tell the truth as well. You will see exactly what you want to see on the final day of play. And that's exactly what we're expecting. It's just impossible that we have read this team wrong. 50-50, right? And based on the 50-50 assumption that I had yesterday, it could go good, it could go bad. After this booyah, after the predicted victory and them living up to that, we can most definitely say that the percentage is going to lean slightly more towards this team is just biding for time. This team is just trying to show that it's not a threat until that important day comes. 6 games, they go all out. But of course, after realizing that the 10 points is what you can earn from a good day at Point Rush here, I think they're starting to think like, okay, guys, we can't just go for that final day play anymore, because imagine if you give Buriram extra bonus head start points, 20 in their pockets, it's going to be deadly, right? There's a huge probability that they're just going to run away with this, because even without a booyah, they're at the top of the leaderboard right now. So they cannot afford that. Falcons needs to catch up, and they need to do it right here, right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of points, they might get that very, very close in the final day, and that is what will throw them off. So they don't want to give that Bermuda United that 10 points for today and probable 10 points for tomorrow. But as we look at the lineup right here, again, we did mention that Cosq sit this one out. Keroro replace him, and he is with Peter, one more, and On Fire. And it seems like that change, or it looks like that change would be the key to their success. But again, we know Cosq. We know how he plays around until needed to, and that is why he sit this one out. Well, I don't want to hang around. You go and win this, and Kuro is just okay. I've been sitting it out for 2 maps. Let's bring it on all throughout.
I mean, Cosq is the embodiment of Falcon and their fake plays, right? I mean, he's just that cute teddy bear walking around, and all you want to do is just go up to him and say hi, take a photo with him. But if you meet him in a game of Free Fire, he will obliterate you where you stand. Cosq is just that sort of a guy. Very dangerous with the Trogon. The Trogon is still in meta. That means Cosq is still in meta. Kororo is definitely a great addition to the squad, but I don't think he's going to be replacing Cosq anytime soon, right? On Fire, though, is always going to be their front man, grabbing all of those eliminations for the squad. And the last time we saw On Fire kind of fizzle out was absolutely never. He's always on point for the team. But you know what's great about the team is that he's not the main damage dealer. He's not the main guy pulling in the eliminations. One more is there. Peter is there. The consistency from them, mind-blowing for sure. It's great to see a fully functional squad on the side of Falcons, and this is the version that's not even trying hard yet.
Yeah, not even trying hard. He's very chill on that interview and very, very chill every time we see them. But speaking of seeing them, EVOS Divine right now on the screen, and the reason why is because 3 of their players are on the elimination leaders of that game. So imagine Ray, Aim God, Abax. That is a total of 13 points already, with On Fire's leading them with 7, and then WAG Allen with 5. And WAG, when they put in so much of fight, a lot of elimination that game, but it's not so much to keep them afloat. They are slowly being pushed down, and that is something that they need to work on.
Massive recovery from EVOS Divine through the eliminations. As you guys can see here, they got towards that final circle. AIM got A-backs, getting a total of 8 for themselves together. Ray with the 5 eliminations. This is huge for a team that did not walk away with the booyah, but to show up on the elimination leaderboard in this fashion. But of course, they started off the day a little bit slow. This is their recovery gameplay. I want to see more from EVOS. In fact, the fans who are on ground want to see more from EVOS. We have to take also note of the key players here. On 5 with the 7 eliminations, as we highlighted earlier. He's still going to hold the title here. Dew with the damage. And this is what I am not a big fan of. If Dew has the rest of the team members converting the damage to eliminations, I think AG Global can go much more further. But surprisingly, Jonah, the bomber of the squad this time around, walking in here with 10 headshots to pull in a key player highlight for himself.
Yeah, and this is Jonah, as you mentioned earlier. If he goes pop off and try to be wacky, he will be going for that, and he's doing right now. I mean, Bermuda United, and it's not just Wasana who's always in the spotlight. It's not just Moshi. Jonah is in here just trading it off, and that's what I love about a team. Like there might be one, but it's not that far behind. The rest of the teams are not far behind compared to what we see in AG, or you pointed out for AG Global. Dew is always the ones on top. The rest of the team is just giving him the support. And if that doesn't change, AG Global might be pushed down even further based on their performance.
26 points picked up here by Falcons as they hit the booyah, still maintaining the number 1 spot. Nobody could overtake them with the eliminations just yet. EVOS Divine performed very well. 13 eliminations, 1 down, 1 below Falcons. Overall 21 points. Buriram, consistency mind-blowing in terms of placement, but eliminations very soft this time. So you can see the focus of your true kings of Free Fire as a whole. They're not trying to get those elimination points, but just merely focusing on placement, and that seems to be a great method to approach point rush here, as clearly they're proving it at the top.
Yeah, it's working right now. They still on top, but very close to them is RRQ because of just the same thing. They have been consistent in getting in good position towards the final circle. Yes, might not be surviving further compared to Bermuda United, but they are just 1 booyah away if in case Bermuda United will be taken down in one specific map. BTR up close in there, and they grab one of the booyah, followed by attack all around. And Team Falcons, I mean, jumping in from 12 to 6, that is not too shabby after all, and they're just very close. Another one can bring them up to top 3 or 4, and that would depend on how the other teams will respond. If Twisted Mind will not do the aggressiveness that we've seen them do, then they might be left out later on.
It's a great timing in terms of execution for the side of Falcons. We know how they performed in past tournaments on Kalahari. Now they stand a good chance to go back-to-back on this booyah, but they're not the only one proficient on Kalahari. You also have Buriram. You also have, surprisingly, Twisted Minds, who's very proficient on this map. Dew loves the elevation. I mean, he is a champion sniper mainly due to his prowess here on Kalahari. And as we look at those 3 teams, here they are on your front pages. 4 booyahs from Twisted Minds, 261 overall points. Buriram nipping at their heels with the overall dominance, 259 points, 2 booyahs to their name, and the exact same number of booyahs for Falcons as well. So a back-to-back is not going to be impossible for Falcons. The consistency is not going to be impossible here for Buriram, and a comeback is not going to be impossible for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, let's see if that will show up right now in this game of Kalahari. But one thing's for sure, RRQ has keep dropping in. Refinery has not been performing that well, and that might not be the meta overall for this. This might not just be a Refinery gameplay. Everything else really changes, especially with some of the factors in this map. As the flight is about to begin, it will be getting heated right now because we are going in the sandy lands of Kalahari. Let's see who will be on fire. I'm not talking about Team Falcons.
I am so jealous of that stage, bro. So jealous, but at least we get to see all of those lights, all of those flashy stadium setup all on our screens. But the question is, can we hear some players scream a shout of victory by the end of this one? And for it to be an unsuspecting squad, Falcons dropping in early, just at the very edges of Bayfront. Beside them is Heavy. This is going to be an easy contention for them if Heavy drops by to check them out. Mammoth's going to be taken over by WAG, but they have split up way too far away from each other. I'm not liking this.
Yeah, not too far. They're very far away from each other and very, very close to Twisted Mind. We did mention that they are the ones on top in terms of performance in this map. But Team Falcons might be able to see Heavy right now. And Hans not really prepared, but might want to trigger engagement. Peter will may miss out in their good position for him. I'm quite sure what is in play in terms of tactics, but Hans is a little too aggressive.
I am not liking this out of Hans at all. He had one grenade in his pocket, another grenade in the Trogon. He has used both and it has found absolutely nothing. Why would you use the grenade for information? I don't understand. Only to get sprayed down. 92 more HP and a good glue wall pulled up. Hans now outside, calls for a little bit of backup. Peter shows up in the wrong time. Thankfully, Artemis was there for the backup. It is Falcons that falter first. They are the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's good bait and switch right now, and I thought he will be falling down on the ground, but no, he missed that on that roof, that small ledge, and that is where they took them down. On the other side, Evo's Divine, Dion with that shotgun, taking down Aim God, and Aim God has been knocked out, or the aim has been knocked out from Aim God at that point, and he will be revived. Now let's see if Evo's Divine will be pushing in against the Wolves right here, because they're out in the open.
Dian, one of the few players out there that's cosplaying his own character in-game. Literally looks the same. I love it. I absolutely love it. But of course, I'm curious if or not Falcon is going to go in here for some revenge gameplay. By the looks of things, as to how they are working away from their compound straight into its confinement, it seems like they do not want some heavy scuffle with Heavy, unintended.
Let's see if scuffle will be happening now. AG Global right now being hunted, being spotted by Death of Hawaii Sports, but I mean, he don't want to pull the trigger just yet. No backup is happening, and here comes the siren once again. Now GOW in the battle against Evo's Divine. The 2v2 on the screen. Next goes a nade on by G'day onto Dion, and Aim God will be finishing him off.
Deadly. Ray now finds Demon as well. Tan, this is the time for you to run. He has got the Groza in hand. Can he respawn? Answers no. Eats up one grenade. Second grenade looking for him. Abex with a shot. G'day from afar, and Abex will be able to confirm it with the Trogon. My goodness, GOW absolutely untouched initially, but the moment Evo's Divine found that first shot, it was all over, and it was G'day that started off that little skirmish. They still do have one survivor though, so it's not over just yet for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine is just playing for timing as well as patient in that situation, and it really was fruitful for them. AG Global, though, the patient team who keeps their distance against the other teams, are not doing well in terms of elimination, but they might just be buying their time. They might just be waiting for the perfect opportunity, but there's no waiting anymore. Team Falcons had their momentum because of that booyah, and they are very close against two teams. Bigatron Delta might be the team that will bring them down, but they have to go through a tackle around first.
Oh, very risky here for Bigatron Delta. They cannot get into a skirmish too early. There's too many players here, too many teams. So the third-party situation could be deadly for anyone, as a matter of fact, to encounter. Falcons making a lot of noise as they circle on and out of this compound. Now the advantage goes to Bigatron Delta. Kyong up top, AC-80 in hand, on fire, in a lot of trouble. Kyong just biding his time, not really taking those shots just yet. Now, although I say Bigatron Delta might just be that threat to Falcons, now Bigatron Delta is currently being scouted out by Attack all around. This could just be the third party. So many players kind of watching each other, waiting for that right moment to strike.
Yeah, let's see if this is the right moment. We have Cougar a little bit too distant, giving them more of that sound cue and information. But on the other side, we have RRQ once again in Refinery. They drop, and now Twisted Mind is hunting them. They are very predictable in terms of their dropping as well as rotation, and that's what Twisted Mind has been taking advantage overall. Let's see if Nameless will be able to get away from here, but the connection between them, the therapy between them, is making them survive a little bit longer. And a Bay being shot at, leaving one jumping out in the open against RRQ, and the split might not work for them.
Yeah, I mean, Nameless could not continue that attempt because he needs to maintain this therapy bond with his partner here. Diamond pushing on fourth. Nameless just backing away a little bit. Saming right up top. And they are bringing the fight straight up to RRQ. Razor now a little bit too close. Got to get his back tagged up, but still is very much alive. That's trying to cover him from afar with that AC-80, but this is just very risky in terms of play. And as you can see, RRQ, all four players, they've got the marksman rifle on them, the AC-80 as well as the woodpecker, so they can strike back at any moment.
Yeah, they might be expecting that no one will be dropping in Refinery, and they have that advantage. But as we look at it, Bermuda United going against Evo's Divine, but only one player or two players from Evo's Divine. And just by bit, Ray being damaged, only sliver
nice
health.
one.
Jonah for the rush, and there goes a recovery. Ingon Avax will be revived, and they can go down as the rest of the teams fly away.
Very lucky save coming through here for Ray. And a good glue wall to make sure Jonah does not get that shot. Jonah must be a little upset here that he was a little slow to get that shutdown. But the vending machine is exactly what these players aim for because of the speed of recovery. The moment you get there, you should be able to buy back your players a little bit cheaper as well instead of depending on their pocket market. But the fight between Twisted Minds and RRQ still continues. Razor all alone, can't get away. A sliver of hell, still surviving with the inhaler.
And logging along in this game, and Razor a little bit too deep in the ground, and there you
nice
go. A takedown, but here comes RRQ right now. Diamond has been taken down. Nameless is trying to go for the pickup, but will be hit. And there we have it, Respawn. The payback being brought in by RRQ. This might push Explosive and Saming away from this area, and this is what happened if RRQ will be triggered into a fight.
A 2-for-1 trade. Great play by RRQ. And once again, it's all because of their positioning as well as the capability to take these long-range attack, right? AC-80, double on the setup. They had the woodpecker as well, just breaking through all of the extra layers of defense that the team had. So great play, great fight from RRQ. Twisted Minds, they could have walked away with it, but there was a 50-50 fight, and it was the position of RRQ that eventually won that scuffle.
Now let's see if this scuffle will be won by either A, attack all around, and GOW. Iza goes down from the Trogon of Cougar, and this pulls the aggressiveness of GOW. Dian will be flying away, Demon will follow, and Ton will be left behind out in the open, heads into the window and into the sights of Evo's Divine. Now attack all around, Ton cut in his exit, but there's no going out. There goes a Rebel Rush, but the glue wall stopped him, but finally Ton goes down.
Yeah, outnumbered. If it was a 1v1, I think Tan could have just walked away with that one up against Cougar. It would have been a tough fight, but he still does have the skills to kind of wiggle around, especially with the glue walls that he had in his pockets. But attack all around, not getting very aggressive. They just want to focus on the loot. And off-screen, why esports being tortured by the players of Falcon?
And Team Falcons right now leading the board with 5 elimination, followed by Evo's Divine, Bermuda United, and AG Global. But Bermuda United is already inside of the blue and just waiting for GOW to step in. We also have a sight of Ray, who's not moving at all, probably because of the threat that is in front of them. But on the other side, we have Twisted Mind still in the fight against RRQ. This long time of fight might give them to eliminate or get them to eliminate one team, but not so much grab, so much elimination against the other.
The fight for Refinery won out by the team that calls Refinery home. RRQ knows this compound way too well, playing on the outskirts, just making sure they do not give Twisted Minds the advantage up against them. Now going back in here for the Refinery, domination seems to be pretty doable as well. Nobody in their compound. Everybody wants to stay away from RRQ here. Only Twisted Minds kind of was a little cheeky with that approach, and they got punished for it. But the team is not out just yet, though. Recovery for Twisted Minds on this map still a possibility. We're looking for that comeback from Twisted Minds. We are also looking for RRQ to really pose a threat to Buriram for the #1 spot. They're 7 points behind and very, very easy to overtake them if they can get the job done here.
Yeah, I mean, but they took so much time in terms of fighting against Twisted Mind. The same goes for Twisted Mind, and it might not look that way that RRQ might be able to get back that quickly. Yes, they have 4 points, but how will they be rotating? The rest of the teams already grabbed their position in this map. Even those outside is planning to get in, and they might be in the way on the RRQ's approach in the final circle. As Evo Divine is trying to survive, no way to get back. EOW surprise hit onto Good Day. Abax will try to go for the pickup, but there goes Ray for the backup as well. Dian,
oh my God!
Personal with the Bison. That was a 1v3, and GOWD and is winning it.
Holy mama, Dian! What a play! The ambush from the survivor, absolutely beautiful to watch. Now Ray, the final player alive for the side of EVOS Divine, as Isa brings Demon back. Dian doing it all alone. Can he eliminate EVOS Divine? We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Heavy on the slow approach. AG Global right in front, but in front of them, Hua Esports, a 3-way battle might just break out here.
Yeah, let's see. We have AG Global up close. Cypher a little bit too deep. Then right now, firing back at him. Glue Wall might have saved him a little bit, but the rest of Heavy is already in. Nades being thrown back and forth, but it is Heavy in the losing end. Here comes the rest of the team. Bitan being hit as well. A sliver of health managed to survive. Cypher will be stopped, and no pun intended, stop will be stopped as well. They've been pushed out. 2 has been left out on the second floor. It will be trouble for the captain right now.
Yeah, Caramel once again just eating up that nade hole. Could not do damage with his own bombs. This is going to be a problem for the squad if Caramel does not step up his gameplay. Death getting taken out of the equation as well. Falcon still in a fight up against Hua Esports. Shin will have his life stolen away from Reza. Artemis caught up top and stopped with the Drogon just bursting down towards the bottom. He's going to be able to catch another fish for himself, but the tree used as the perfect defense. Get Nice gets behind, sprays back stop. What encounter coming through from Heavy.
Only Caramel is down right now, and still 3 survive for Heavy, for AG Global, and there goes the elimination of Heavy on 11, and Caramel can be picked up. Despite of how the third phase of the circle going forward will hurt them, they will be smiling from ear to ear because of that elimination. Now let's see if that same goes for Twisted Mind after the battle against RRQ. They are facing against Bermuda United.
I miss the shooting Caramel. I don't like this bombing Caramel. The guy is bombing out in terms of performance. It's not my cup of tea. I want to see a little bit of change of role coming through for his side. And GOW biting the dust as well, all thanks to their brothers through WAG. And now Twisted Minds inside, but like shooting fish in a barrel. Those grenades training drop. Jonah getting the double for himself. Make that a quadra. What a play from Jonah.
M79 King Jonah, indeed, and we've seen the highlight. Now we're seeing it again up close and personal. He shoots that through the window, he shoots that through the wall or through the door, and he managed to bring 4 down. And this is what they might have been waiting for, the chance for them to grab that booyah. 8 elimination already, switching over Team Falcons against AG Global with the addition of attack all around to one side. Let's see who's going to win.
Peter down. One more will be able to find stop. It's a 1-for-1 trade for the time being. Peter, can he get picked right back up here? On fire, trying to hold the fort for the rest of the team members. But attack all around on the approach as well. This is very, very bad for Team Falcons. Limit finds 1, and they're going in for the shutdown. WAG on the other hand, right in front of RRQ. A bay up on the top. The Trogon doing its work, but WAG still alive and kicking. Ma'al and Dutch very low on their HP. Cyrus needs to take advantage, but they are playing the defensive game, and they allow RRQ to recover. Outnumbered now. WAG in a lot of trouble.
And that is 2v4 situation. They had no choice but to put in defenses, and RRQ right now is putting a lot of pressure on the AG. There goes X4. He has been distant from the rest of the team, and now when he walks in, he goes down. Razor has been put out by Cyrus, and there goes WAG eliminated at 7. And we have RRQ grabbing 9 points already. This might be it. The refinery gameplay finally paying off.
Doubters will be punished. WAG not taking advantage when the clear opportunity was in front of them. AG Global down and out as well. Attack all around, trying to shut down Bigatron Delta, but this is like playing with fire. These Indonesians really know how to play around. And speaking of Indonesians, RRQ on the approach as well, leading the lobby with the most number of eliminations. But look at the position Buriram holds on to. Great in terms of rotation. They don't really need to move. They can just play this positional advantage. But we know Buriram, they are very aggressive and they want some points for themselves.
They are wanting for more. Attack around Bigatron Delta has put in a pause because of the introduction of Buriram United in this battle, but attack around Limit trying to survive, and here comes a hit up close and personal, but Limit will not be able to make it. There goes Ekal for the takedown. BTR right now winning the gunfight, but for how long? Buriram United is very, very close. A pickup needs to be done on Koja, and there's no time for recovery. BTR might be hit down by the Thailand team of Buriram United, and RRQ is nowhere to be found, just waiting for the opportunity.
All three of these teams are no strangers to the booyah on this map of Kalahari. RRQ has got that one booyah. Bigatron and Buriram have got two booyahs each. And once again, two Indonesian squad, one Thai squad, but all the exact same names. The consistency from Bigatron Delta is amazing. Consistency from both Buriram and RRQ mind-blowing. But the question is, who makes the mistake first? This time RRQ opening up early against Bigatron.
And RRQ and BTR on the fight against each other, and Buriram United is just waiting for the perfect opportunity. They are hoping and waiting, been praying for 3 maps for a booyah already, and inside the compound, they are very safe. All 3 sides of this circle, I know that sounds ridiculous, has been taken by these 3 teams.
Absolutely, man. A triangle in a circle. Beautiful stuff in terms of geometry. But the question is, who makes the first mistake? Bigatron on that first rotation straight towards RRQ. This is an advantage to Buriram. Buriram makes that rotation behind Bigatron Delta. Ekal is actually staying back. He's going to be a little bit unfortunate if Buriram catches up with him, but the good blue wall set up by Bigatron Delta keeps them in a safe space. Bigatron now losing dig. Ma'al with a shot. He claims their life instantly. Backstab from Buriram, and it looks like they'll be able to snatch away a couple of points as well. Bigatron Delta, the first one to go down in terms of numbers.
Now only one remains for Bigatron Delta, but RRQ making some noise, putting the attention of Buriram United on them, but Buriram United is not risking it. They are keeping their distance. There goes the blue wall going down, and it's left to a 4v3 situation. Buriram United in the lead in terms of numbers. Abe trying to rain fire on them and still keeping distance, but from afar, Moshi brings down Ma'al, and it is left to one of RRQ.
And this is why we always say Moshi the best sniper in the world, baby. Buriram with their first booyah of the day to dominate that #1 spot.
They might have not taken any booyah for the past 3 games. Halfway through, still #1. This is them solidifying their position for this day. That is an additional 12 points and a massive amount of elimination that will put the rest of the teams up afar for the chase. And this is just game number 4. We still have 2 games after this, but still Buriram United still #1.
Mind-blowing consistency from the kings of Free Fire, your 2-time world champs. They look like they are on the way back to dominating, but we cannot sleep on the Falcons just yet. Just when you close your eyes, they might poke your eyes out. These boys are ruthless, but Buriram, look at that, man. It is just impossible to beat this sort of consistency if we see it on the final day. I just hope we actually see it on the final day.
We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. They missed that opportunity twice already. And as we look at the final moment, this is how they are. This is the best sniper in Free Fire right now. With Moshi, when he gets his angle, he gets his crosshair, he will bring down somebody.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at the way they play this. And they have not been focusing on the eliminations at all. And this is a rare version of Buriram. This version of Buriram that's not focusing on eliminations means they're focusing for the championship. They're focusing for dominance. They're focusing for consistency. And a Buriram that is focused is a very, very dangerous Buriram.
Yeah, brew blood indeed. And well, this is a different story overall. Twisted Mind, which we expect to be the biggest contender in this map, has bided so much time fighting against RRQ, and they will still beat in the final moment. They are Twisted Mind. It's not the Twisted Mind aggression that we are seeing right now, despite of how they show up in the beginning of this day.
Unfortunate, the position that they were given, the situations and the fights that they had to take a little bit too early, and it was up against them. But, you know, we are talking about the craziest lobby in the whole world of Free Fire. The Southeast Asian lobby is deadly.
And this play, I tell you, with the grenade launcher, M79, Jonah, perfection, hitting that quadra, it's something that you can watch over and over again. But he was not the only great performer of the squad. And the beautiful thing here is RRQ, they picked up a decent number of eliminations before getting to the final circle. So they're not going to be too worried not hitting the booyah.
Yeah, I mean, the final 3 teams in the top 3 that we had is still in there. They keep themselves afloat, and they are still at it. Again, that is map number 4, and we still have 2 maps to go. And, well, we are seeing specific teams just taking the role on this, taking the more points by the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, Buriram, with a massive jump towards the top. They were already at the top. They just extended their lead by a whole good, solid game for any of the other teams out there to catch up with them. But Bigatron Delta, this is that outlier. This is the only kryptonite for Falcons, and we were asking them to become the kryptonite for all. They've done exactly that. But, of course, the interview, let's hop on over and see exactly what the winners have to say.
Booyah again for Thailand teams! Next to me is Buriram United Esports. Thailand is dominated the point rush stage today. You guys, I don't know when I can finally interview my homeland teams, my Vietnam teams. You guys are too dominated. Let's welcome Buriram United Esports Moshi. Hello Moshi, how are you feeling right now?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะโมชิ
ก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับเพราะว่าเล่นมาได้ที่2มา3รอบแล้ว
Okay, he already unlocked because he got like a second place for the first 2 games, but now unlocked already.
Mereka agak sedikit khawatir ternyata mengenai game-game pertama tadi, tapi akhirnya mereka bisa handle hal tersebut. And I have question for you. Buriram United Esports, the strong team from a Thailand team, right? So how confident are you to get trophy in this tournament, actually grand final?
โอเคคือเขาถามว่าบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยถือได้ว่าเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งมากๆจากประเทศไทยเลยมีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนที่จะคว้าถ้วยรางวัลกลับบ้าน
ก็ประมาณเอาท็อป3ก่อนกันแล้วกันครับเอาไปบราซิลก่อน
Okay, actually I want to aim for just only the top 3 first because I want to go to the Free Fire World Series in Brazil, right? Global one. Yeah, that's the first goal.
Oh, mereka hanya fokus untuk tujuan mereka yang mana? Minimal top 3. Mereka masuk top 3 agar bisa lolos dan bermain di Free Fire World Series tentunya di Brazil nanti. Cukup menarik.
Moshi, I know the frustration you have been through, that you guys are the king of Booyah in the knockout stage, right? But coming to the grand finals, you guys have a lot of difficulties. May I ask what happened or what do you guys have to suffer through?
รู้สึกว่าจะเป็นคิงสำหรับรอบน็อกเอาท์ตลอดเวลาเลยแต่ว่าเจออุปสรรคต่างๆนานาสาหัสกันมากๆเลยพลาดแชมป์ไปหลายรอบเขาเลยถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครั้งนี้มีความมั่นใจแค่ไหน
ก็เรียนรู้จากข้อผิดพลาดครับก็
he said that he will learn everything from the mistake and do it better.
Mereka coba belajar dari kesalahan mereka sebelumnya dan mereka akan bermain lebih baik lagi. And now you playing in tournament in Indonesia, right? So you have a message for Indonesian teams?
อยากให้ฝากอะไรถึงทีมอินโดนีเซียหน่อยค่ะเพราะว่ายังไงเราก็มาเล่นในบ้านเขาแล้ว
ก็ทุกคนเก่งมากขึ้นเลยครับก็นั่นแหละดีใจด้วย
Everyone is so great, doing a great job.
Oh, semuanya great, semuanya bagus ternyata di mata Moshi. Okay.
Moshi is really calm on the stage, but also after his booyah, he is still really calm. What a great player. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations, Buriram United Esports. We hope to see you dominate the point rush stage today. Now, let's head back to the caster and see you guys in the next game.
And there you have it. Thank you, Yunsul, Yuki, and Baby Lee, as well as Moshi. Now, I got one from the answers of Moshi. They are not aiming for that champion, but rather a spot on the global stage. which I don't like at all. Hopefully, it's just him and not the rest of the teams. Because if the rest of the teams are thinking the same thing, they might not be getting that number one by the end of the competition.
I agree with you, right? And as much as he shows that calm composure in a 1v3 situation, he showed that calm composure, just standing on that stage with 3 angels around him. And Moshi, is always our MVP. Great to see him back here. He's just that kind of player that has got so much of charisma in him. He doesn't need to smile, he doesn't need to scream like the mustachio. He just needs to stand there, and his presence is just glowing all throughout that stage. Fantastic stuff. But it is Jonah who's going to be walking away with the MVP title. Why? Because he hit that quadra with the grenade launcher. Beautiful stuff. I mean, unfortunate to the receivers of those grenades, but in terms of gameplay from him, he was just ripping through them.
Probably got sick and tired of being late in the scene because of Wasana rushing a little too far, and then, okay, from afar I'll just throw that grenade, and that's what he did, and he managed to hit all 4.
Absolutely. And of course, all 4 players here, putting up a great fight. And I like the OG setup here. Double Tatsuya, A124 alongside the Skylar. And in terms of their passive skills, they're not really experimenting with any of these new characters. The only thing that's a little out of the norm here is Shani. But even then, it is because Jonah is the kind of guy who's constantly popping that the Tatsuya as he gets into the thick of the action. So Shani is going to be able to give him that extra bit of defense that he requires. And looking at the eliminations here, you can say everybody threw in their fair portion, but it was Jonah obviously walking away with that massive damage thanks to those grenades.
Yeah, if it wasn't for a grenade, I mean, it could have been tied for everyone. But he's the elimination leader overall for that Kalahari. 6 on the elimination, followed by 1 more with 5. The same goes with Du from AG Global, and 4 for each Dutz and Razor coming from RRQ. Now, RRQ this time around, I mean, different gameplay in terms of Kalahari. They haven't gotten a lot of Puyas, but they have been playing one of the metas in terms of that map. But this is a good saving grace for them because it will keep them on that top 3 by the end of that map, and hopefully it continues for them, and the rest of the teams will need to do double time in terms of catching up, especially Team Falcons, who we've seen great stride from the previous, but not this one.
And RRQ's Abe shows up to the key player highlight here, 2,966 under damage. And again, we see the highlight onto Du. This is why I'm not very, very fond of him as, one of the top snipers, because the follow-up from these headshots, the follow-up from the knockdowns, the follow-up from the massive damage he brings out there is not there yet. And that only puts AG Global at a pedestal where this is a huge potential team that has not met its high stride just yet. They really need to find a little bit of some readjustment coming through within the squad itself as to how they approach some of these matches. Because Du, if he's partnered up with the right heads out there, I'm sorry, Buriram, but we are going to be, screaming a different brand's name all the way to the end. AG Global is just one of those potential teams, but I want to see those changes come through before it's too late, right? 26 points in total this time around for Buriram. Great stuff out of them.
Yeah, followed by RQ with 22 points and 13 eliminations after the engagement. Team Falcons surprisingly has taken 3rd, but that's a little bit too low compared to what we are expecting them to do. And AG Global, same goes with BTR. So BTR is laying low compared to what we've seen. Not really being in the top 3 in the final circle, and they might have been losing stamina overall. We are halfway or past the halfway through in terms of this day, and they need to do more just to prove that they're still the giant killers.
Yeah, Falcons are not picking up the most number of points, but this is still going according to how I assumed the day was going to go. I assumed that Falcon was not going to get that number 1 spot, but they were going to get top 3, and out of the top 3, I assumed they're going to be at that 3rd spot. So kind of still working out towards the playbook Mustachio has written out already, so the predictions are still on point, my friends, okay? Just need a little bit more hustle. But the outlier, the surprising, the shock factor here is from Indonesia. It's called a team called Bigatron Delta, and I mean, yeah, in the announcements I did say, they have to go from being the Falcon Hunter to the Kryptonite to all of the other squads. But when I was saying that, I was hopeful. I did not know they'll be able to deliver it so well. I mean, this is a shocker, and I'm loving it. That home ground advantage, I need them to use it to their very best, because, that's what gives us these beautiful games to shoutcast, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I mean, in terms of history, FFWS, the rest of the teams have the highlight already in terms of their region, Indonesia. Bigatron Delta is different. They only has been introduced in this season, not even from spring, but only in fall. But they managed to take down the champions, the champions of the previous season, as well as EWC, and now they're hanging in there together with Breum United, even RRQ. And I'm just looking forward to what performance they're going to bring into grand finals.
Yeah, they are already a winner in my books, in my eyes. They are mind-blowing, right? Nobody has made their debut and made so much of noise like Bigatron Delta has done, and they have managed to grab the attention of everyone. They've managed to grab the title of the Falcon Hunters, but I need them to hunt all of the kings out there, including their brothers RRQ. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the final 2 maps of the day.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebelet Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena WTR udah pasti ngalahin Falcon.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebelut dia. Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Falcon.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2023 is not yet over. We have 2 more maps, 2 more chances for the team to grab all those points, 2 more chances for the teams to also make some mistake, as well as to grab all that possible head start points towards the grand finals. But who will be grabbing the next Booyah? Will it be the one in the top 5 who hasn't taken anyone, which is RRQ, or the ones who we are waiting to be on top 3, which is Team Falcons? There's a lot of hopes, a lot of potential for them, but we'll have yet to see.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, the voices that are going to be guiding you through all of these matches that you watch ahead of you. 2 more games to go. Like you said, a couple of teams can make a little bit of a play here for maybe a 2 Booyah finisher for the end of the day, or we could just see some of the bottom dwellers rise up to the top, right? You've got Hua Esports, you've got Heavy, you've got WAG, you've got GOW. Wait a minute, Vietnam has not shown up just yet.
I mean, we are waiting. Even Yunsul was asking for them to show up, a chance for them to be interviewed on stage. But hopefully they will be given that chance. But how much can they put in? They might have a chance to grab that Booyah, especially for GOW or WAG. But in terms of how heated it is in the battlefield, elimination might be cut short.
What's crazy here is Bigatron Delta is actually doing better than RRQ right now.
Oh, yeah.
29 points. They equalize each other. They are tied on that front with the placement. But Bigatron has got 1 Booyah to their name. So if they actually get tied on the points, you know Bigatron is going to win the tiebreaker. Secondly, Bigatron Delta is actually doing better than them on the elimination front. They've got 34 eliminations as opposed to RRQ with 32. The number of points difference between them on the overall leaderboard is just 2 points. So it is make or break now here for Bigatron Delta, because they have not been as consistent as RRQ in terms of looking for that final circle. So that's going to be the only adjustment they need to make for themselves, because they cannot afford an early exit once again. We kind of saw that after they walked away with the Booyah earlier.
I mean, we have to see if they will repeat what they did in Bermuda as they hot drop RRQ, but that's a little bit risky because of how they're performing all throughout the following map. So if they can remain consistent or do that and then remain consistent all throughout, then they will be taking over that reign or maintaining that reign on number 2 spot, and they just have to deal with Bermuda United. But a lot of teams will put in a lot of effort as well, similar to what we're seeing in the board for WAG. 5 Booyahs from knockout stage and a lot of points. Only 1 though difference in terms of points against AG Global, with which they are down 1 Booyahs. And then surprisingly, Bermuda United in Nextera is not that performing against the other 2.
That's why I was waiting for my time for this next era map before I talk about the Vietnamese squads, especially WAG. They have been the outlier. They have been the shocker for all of the teams out there. 5 Booyahs to their name so far, and these were not given to them on a silver platter. These were dominantly taken away from the other teams. If we look at the elimination front, they have got the 2nd most number of eliminations on this map. And when you look at a Vietnamese squad and you look at stats like that, you're going to be going like, whoa, what, really? The most number of placement points belongs to WAG. That's phenomenal. It's insane. 264 points picked up thus far. And, there's just nothing that's going to stop them from rising up to the top. And, the overall grand scheme of things, they're the second best Vietnamese squad of the play day today. They can make themselves the number one and play for the top 5 at the very least.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, top 5, make that top 6. Will be grabbing those head start points for this day going into the grand final. So 1 point, it might not be that much, but it can be a huge difference later on. But before we go there, we are going to see and start off this next Terra map. The flight path will prove if there will be any hot engagement, early engagement overall, but still nice for everyone, cutting it straight in the middle, and everyone else is getting their position, but RRQ getting too close on GOW. That might be a threat and probably a chance for them to get back.
Oh my goodness. Mortar Ruins has got Falcons flying straight into it. GOW versus RRQ could just be deadly for RRQ. We don't know how damaged they are going to be in here. It's always a 50-50 on these hot drops as to who finds the right gun first. And it looks like Demon has found that AK-47. I'm not a big fan of the gun, but Abe will get tagged up. And 2 other players dealing with RRQ on the opposite side. Dutz has got the Vector, but just no on-point shots just yet. The AK-47 is actually doing a little bit better. Tan already on the ground. Razor finds the Drogon, brings him down. Grenade by Dian. Can he find Razor? Who's healing up? Yes, he can! What a nade by Dian!
Perfect timing for that grenade, and even up close and personal, but Ma'al from afar, XM8, and there it goes, a takedown. GOW only 1 down already, and the rest of the team trying to recover. Baton will be taken down. Isa, AWG on hand, Riptide Rhythm brings Dux down, and it is now left to Ma'al, who's still stuck in the middle of everyone else.
It's all about who gets the right gun first, baby. And Dian, what a grenade out of nowhere. Managing to get that knockdown that changed the whole pacing of that gunfight. Now, there's been blood drawn on both sides already, but RRQ, the one who's in a lot of trouble. One final survivor. And Heavy interfering in this fight, but Dian's not stopping. He wants the finisher. He's got a sliver of health left on him, but he cannot play with his life too much because as Heavy approaches from the back, one shot can put him down and out of this equation. Still with a high ground, and as I say it, Vitan takes advantage.
You asked for it, and they deliver. Heavy right now, putting heavy action onto GLW, hearing those gunshots just to really pull them in, and they're very, very close on the chance to take them down. Demon right now being hit, but what saves them is that Kathy and Torn right now up close and personal against 2 players of Heavy. That will prove to be a problem for GOW.
Early game reset for RRQ. GOW gonna be forced on the back foot now. That aggression from Dian was uncalled for. He should have not gone for that hunt, and he's now being punished by the players on the side of Heavy. Demon sprayed down to the ground as well. There's one final survivor from the side of GOW, and this is just danger zone, but thankfully he's not at Zipway anymore. Heavy will have to wait and see exactly what they can do now. They cannot repeat the mistake of the previous squad, GOW. They have to make sure they have the recovery here because 2 teams are on the approach. Attack all around. They've been listening to these gunshots. They want a piece of this, but Attack all around themselves can be at a little bit of a threat here as Twisted Minds comes through.
Twisted Mind from afar managed to take down Dian, who have been running away from Heavy right now. Limit has received damage as well as they jumped in. He is the one in front, and Arvanskan sees to make that 3 earlier when that was triggered, and this is a chance for Poon God to take a peek as well as go in for the shot. Hands being hit, but managed to get away. Will he be taken down? Yes, he does, with hands of Cougar.
An attack all around, showing up at the right time here. Riptide Rhythm going to be breaking down the defenses. Vitan says hello to those shots, and Hans just got picked right back up. Cougar takes him right back down. Limit now straight up to their faces, but Vitan responds. Head Woodpecker straight to their head, but a double glue wall will be able to get them that pickup, and Vitan with the MAC-10 in hand. This is the FGL shot that could just put Limit down to the ground once again, but Jump shows up to make sure he is punished. And on the opposite side of things, Isa still alive, but not for long.
Not for long indeed, but they are not eliminated yet. There's a chance that they can get back, but hopefully with a lot more of resources. Heavy right now being chased by Attack all around, despite of all the defenses that they tried. They will need to go in for this fight. On the other side, we have Bermuda United going against WAG, and so much hope onto WAG, but they're going against number 1 by the day, and Cyrus is trying to get away, but not so much can be done, especially with Jonah Efron.
Buriram dealing with the problem right here, right now, because they won the back-to-back booyah. But WAG clearly showing that it is not going to be super easy. Krillin down on the ground. Hexball tries to run away. VSS in hand. He does manage to trade out one player just to buy himself a little bit more time. Moshi responds. Can he find the connection? Hexball says, no, please, bro, don't get me. He runs away as quickly as he can.
And Moshi managed to take down X-Bor from afar. But no elimination, no teams being eliminated just yet. And they are trying their best to survive. On the other side, back to attack all around. This time, they are going against RRQ. But who's knocking on their doors? Team Falcons, all spread out. Limit right now might be a threat for them, especially if they shows up. But Keroro managed to go in on the flank following Peter. And Peter just putting so much pressure onto Dukes.
Oh, RRQ just can't catch a break just yet. Falcons now slowly finding this rotation around. Peter not taking advantage of Cougar and his low health with the Mag 7. He should be able to get this one shot. Misses the first, but the follow-up is there. Gets the spray, gets the confirmation as well. Attack all around does not want to stay. They just want to get away.
Get away indeed, and Get Nice trying to get away, but he has been spotted and might be chased by Peter. No backup needed for Peter right now. AC80, but no, where is he going? He's going the other way. Probably a good chance that they need to get into the blue, following on fire right now. But as we look, no eliminated teams just yet. Still 12 and 6 minutes in, and another battle happening on the other side. GOW going against Hawaii Sports, wherein Hawaii Sports is in the losing end.
Double Riptide Rhythm, and the advantage still cannot be taken by GOW. A 1-for-1 trade, but thankfully Demon was there for the pickup onto Tun. No follow-up from the rest of the players on the side of Hawaii Esports. GOW trying to finish off their brothers from Vietnam. This is just some infighting going on, but GOW doing really well on a full battle recovery. Every single player already revived once, but 8 eliminations strong. Up against Hawaii Esports, they seem to be the better squad.
Let's see if they will still prove that they are the better squad. Hawaii Sports being pushed away again, trying to get away from this gunfight. And on the other side, Evo Divine managed to take down Get Nice as well as Cool Heavy. At this point, despite of being third and currently in this map, they will be taken down. No movement, but the rest of the teams now moving in against GOW. Though Isa has been taken down, he will be picked up, but Evo's Divine has their crosseyes on them.
Yeah, aggressive play coming through from Evo's Divine. One good trade right back, but the recovery is there. GOW fresh out of a battle. Evo's Divine wants to take advantage, and Demon catching him at the right time there. Beautiful backstab with the Trogon, and one more will be able to get away. Not able to save A-backs at all. GOW turning the tables on them, but Tan is going to be bleeding out. G'day confirms the elimination. A sliver of health, but Ray backs him up from the back. Demon goes down before he could get to him.
Isa, no way out, not really recovering at this point. In the end, is the only chance for GOW. Needs to head into the blue and survive, recover, revive the rest of the team. Twisted Mind right now, split up. Diamond up front and personal swing, or Sam Ming trying to get an angle on the ones on the high ground, but couldn't get any. Attack all around is flying in. Not quite sure if this is a smart move for them, but they need to move away.
What a super chaotic game this has been. Back-to-back action. We haven't taken a breath, and GOW, they managed to get that revival and the full team recovery as well. Shin and TR Ken, on the other hand, beautiful stuff on the revival. This is just to give them a little bit of extra leeway here, as Twisted Minds will scout out the location, trying to shut down attack all around, and also take Bigatron Delta out of the equation. Now, in order for my prediction to come through, Bigatron Delta needs to go down now. So please, Twisted Minds, could you do something?
Let's see if Twisted Mind can pull that off. And Burim United, though, I mean, they are the number one, especially after grabbing another booyah to their name. Tackle around, though, trying to look for any information, but limits a little bit too deep, as the rest of the teams are just running in, gathering all those resources. But Jump God will be taken down. On the other side, Team Falcon slowly eating up the points as well as the lives of Evo's Divine.
What was that nasty jump shot from one more with the VSS? My goodness, that's the confirmation. Crazy stuff. Circle number 3 on to us in a couple of seconds. But G'day says, no sweat, bro. Brings Ray right back. Money can buy anything except love. Oh, wait, it can buy that too.
Well, doesn't mind not loving the position, so does they move around. But in the middle of Bigatron Delta as well as WAG, Twisted Mind might be in trouble. But on the other side, a lot of engagement happening. Ray has gone down from the sights of a limit. And Alan just taking a peek Not really so much information as well as so much pixel to see from Twisted Mind. This it keeps them safe.
I mean, what a beautiful recovery from WAG. And now, kind of in close proximity with Twisted Minds, they have to hope and pray that another grenade flurry does not find them. Unfortunate earlier on. But you know what, Buriram, we haven't really spotted them throughout this whole match. Agent Global, backstab from Tan. GOW, 12 eliminations already. My goodness, they are on a tear.
And they are on fire as well. Isa needs to be picked up though. It's more often that they are being taken down, and GOW is just recovering, trying to take their time and wait for Hawaii Sports. RRQ though, trying to go in on a chase against Twisted Mind after leaving it and not finding any opening for WAG.
But respectable recovery from RRQ, the team that almost got snuffed out earlier on, is still in here, moving towards that final battle sequence, alive and kicking, full squad, full recovery coming through. Behind them stands WAG, but WAG is distracted by Team Falcons, who are storming the front here. RGS 50 in the hands of On Fire alongside the Trogon. I mean, how many launches does this guy need?
Wait, he's not even a bomber. He is the rusher, and he's just putting in so much of those nades. WAG though just barricaded themselves in on that second floor, and this is becoming all chaotic. Zipway is something that you want to be, especially with those 4 pillars, but with everyone in there just hanging around and so, like becoming a threat to everyone on high ground, it will be they need to be cautious though, not to be spotted.
Oh, good ambush now. Karoro, Riptide Rhythm from afar. Krillin gets taken down. No idea who shot him, but the recovery cannot be pulled here for the player on the side of Falcons. They'll have to sacrifice him, and Cyrus just tagging up a player with the grenade. Peter, recovery, and looks like Falcons, this may just be where they fall.
Let's see. Looks like they are in the corner. Out in the open.
What a play!
Glidden with the triple, and Team Falcons will not be flying high. And WAG proving to be a real threat in this battle. They are very close to RRQ, and they have a good chance to take them down as well. FGL has been thrown onto Bigatron Delta, burning them, but they have good size on the surroundings and probably can get a few more of elimination.
Dude, look at this consistency. Bigatron Delta still alive and kicking here, preying on everybody from this high ground. The advantage certainly is there. Cypher backing himself up with the tree and a solid glue wall. Riptide Rhythm bursts down his glue wall and out of the equation, but it's YE Sports that claims the life of the Cypher.
Stolen indeed, and let's see who's going to pay for that. Bigatron Delta will still be on high ground, but will be joined by Jump God, who's just sitting in there in the corner, nowhere to go, doesn't want to peek, doesn't want to be spotted overall. RRQ in a fight against WAG, and RRQ slowly is losing this gunfight. WAG is becoming more of a threat against this team, but recovery overall has been done. Only Ma'al is on the ground, and another team might be joining them. It's Twisted Mind.
Yeah, Twisted Mind, beautiful stuff. Then the timing is perfect, but RRQ just spraying down WAG. Bye-bye, they say, but Twisted Minds with the beautiful follow-up. The timing is just perfection here for Twisted Minds, and we expected the recovery in the previous match, but they say, why get it done early when you can come in last minute and still sweep the competition? Nameless needs to be picked up, though. The circle is going to be hurting quite a lot at this point of time. A sliver of health left on him, but the medkit is there, and at the very edge of the circle, they do manage to squeeze on in. RRQ cannot say the same.
Cannot say the same, but Bermuda United finally being seen. They are remaining silent onto one edge of this compound. Probably it's because the next circle will be in the open, and that they want to take advantage of that. A little bit of fire action onto BTR, and let's see if they can still hold on to their position. They are still close to the middle and good side on the other teams, but not so much of elimination paying off.
Bigatron Delta. Great position for them to hold on to, but it's not going to hang on for long. Circle number 5. In 18 seconds, we find out if or not Bigatron Delta is going to be tortured with the position of the next circle. Twisted Minds directly in their crosshairs on the opposite side of the battlefield. Twisted Minds thought that, you know what, nobody's going to be able to bug us from this sort of a position that we hold on to. The majority of the action going on the flip side of the battlefield, but Bigatron Delta has got the opportunity to tease them with all of the shots.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta has been teaching a lot of teams, but it's not paying off. No conversion happening, and they will need to move in a bit. ABAX using that monster truck just to go underneath to get away from gunshots of Hawaii Sports. Here comes Boreta United, who might bring in havoc onto this playing field, and they are now moving in against Hawaii Sports, but GLW will also be in the mix.
Buriram playing a lot of disadvantage for themselves here. Grenade from up top. Bigatron Delta, courtesy of that. A double Riptide Rhythm will break down all of the Hawaii Sports defenses. GOW downed and out, all thanks to those Riptide Rhythm. Dix will take advantage. TRKN down and out. Buriram, oh no defenses, all thanks to Riptide Rhythm from the opposite side. It could have just been Twisted Minds, but it really doesn't matter exactly who that is at this point of time. It's just all out chaos. You need to barricade yourself, and Buriram's doing a great job at that. Ikal bleeding down from up top. Koja cannot be saved anymore. Kyong cannot take a step back. He has to push on forth ahead.
And Dix right now is left, and Hawaii Sports is just beating them down one at a time, and Dix is still alive and kicking from Bigatron Delta. Bermuda United going in for the rush against a Twisted Mind. Nameless already on the ground. Diamond managed to survive, but Jonah also goes down. Sounding a little bit too far, might be going down as well, but in the nick of time managed to step into the blue, and blue will not be able to do it. Bermuda United with 3 players going against Twisted Mind. That is solo Diamond as well as solo Ikal plus 2 players from Hawaii.
Saming making one great big mistake, trying to make the rotation from outside the circle. Moshi, as usual, with the clutch play. 6 eliminations. Here's my MVP. Can they get the back-to-back booyah? They shut down Yan Bin, but Moshi and squad, they're way too good for this. They shut down player after player. Buriram, what a booyah they secure in game number 5.
And they are securing that number 1 spot. 2 booyahs for the day. They want to go as losers, as they are so happy, ear to ear smiling, especially with Sana with that performance. It seems like there's a lot of pressure because of the number of teams out there, but not for Bermuda United. They are so focused, and they are so enjoying this, and still grabbing that booyah.
And my boy Moshi, time and time again, just proving that, hey, when push comes to shove, when I actually play, I know how to grab that MVP for myself. I mean, brilliant stuff from him once again. Positioning supremacy as always from the god of snipes and the clutch god himself, Moshi, turning up at the right time, because Saming trying to make that rotation from outside the circle could have been pulled off, because we saw Wasana focusing to pick up Jonah instead of supporting Moshi with the gunfights. And Moshi just had the big brains to figure out, like, look, I need to watch Wasana's back. I cannot be focusing on getting more eliminations from across the battlefield. One shot straight to the chest of Saming, because if he did not shoot Saming at that point of time, Saming would have been able to stop Wasana dead in his tracks. Wasana was distracted with that pickup. Moshi saved the day, and by just saving that play at that point of time, he clutched out the whole match for the team. Buriram led themselves to yet another booyah, a back-to-back. 2 booyahs in the day, and now at the top, they continue to reign dominant.
And that's one reason why Bermuda United in close quarter combat are so aggressive, because they know that they can trust their teammates to have their backs. And as you just explained in what Moshi is doing, that is what they are offering right now. 2 booyahs for this day, and still number 1. It looks like they will be securing the 10 points for or going into the grand finals. And if they continue this on, there's still day number 2, another chance for another 10 points.
There is a possibility here for Buriram to not claim the 10 points. But in order for that to happen, Buriram needs to be eliminated in this random map as the 12th team with 0 eliminations. The second condition for it is we need to see either Bigatron Delta or RRQ secure a massive booyah with more than 30 or 31 points. That's a lot to ask for, especially with Buriram getting kicked out early. It's a lot to ask for, unless someone hot drops them and actually win out the battle.
Well, yes, that is one to answer the condition. And for the second condition, it's, well, it's not that we haven't seen team grab 30, 35, if I'm not mistaken. It's the highest that we have. And that is one thing that they need to do. But in what we're looking at right now, especially in this map number 5, it will be difficult because a lot of eliminations already being grabbed all throughout, back and forth, unless you're so aggressive and so good that you can always win your gunfights.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? And it's just, and this was such a chaotic sequence of battles. And, just hats off to Buriram for being able to manage all of that chaos and still walk away dominant, strong in numbers. They were putting themselves at a disadvantage because very slow on the rotation from the outside circle, from circle 5 into circle 6. They were always standing at the very edge of the battlefield, right? But still being able to make sure they manage the danger from up top that Bigatron was dealing with, to manage the danger that WAG and Team Falcons were bringing up from the opposite side. But of course, back to the stage, Buriram interview yet again.
Another victory, another booyah for Buriram United Eastward. Welcome, Wasana. How's your feeling right now after receiving the second booyah in the point rush stage?
รู้สึกยังไงคะที่ได้ดับเบิลบูย่าแล้ว
ก็ดีใจครับเป็นไปตามแผนครับ
Yes, he said that he feels so happy that we can get along with our plan.
Dia bilang happy banget akhirnya bisa dapetin booyah dan ini adalah booyah yang kedua kalinya untuk Buriram United.
That's great to hear. I saw that you guys have so many intensify with another Thai teams. So it's really funny that whenever in a combat, you guys always run into Thai team first instead of other teams. Is there any reason or you guys just want to having a fight with them?
โอเค คือจริงๆมันเป็นเรื่องที่พี่เคยคุยกับเขาแหละในห้องว่าปกติไทยทีมเนี่ยเป็นอะไรที่แบบเจอทีมไทยด้วยกันไม่ได้เป็นอะไรต้องขอตีทีมไทยก่อนประเทศอื่นเสมอทำไมมันเป็นอย่างนั้นนะ
ก็น่าจะรู้มือกันครับแบบรู้ใจกัน
He said that it's because we are from Thailand so we know each other best.
Dia bilang karena dia dari Thailand, sama-sama dari Thailand dan dia akan coba yang terbaik sebaik mungkin. And I have questions. You is the MVP player in the several tournament, right?
Yes.
So what is your favorite weapon so far?
เขาบอกว่าเราได้ MVP บ่อยมากๆเลยไม่ว่าจะเป็นรอบไหนๆก็แล้วแต่ได้รางวัลตลอดทีนี้เขาก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าอาวุธโปรดของเราเนี่ยคืออะไร
เวกเตอร์คู่ครับคิดคู่
Double Vector
Double Vector Oh wow ini menarik ya ternyata Wasana punya favorite weapon yaitu Double Vector Okay
Double Vector is also my favorite weapon whenever it's the opening in the game. That's a great weapon to play actually. So Wasana, with your favorite weapon as the Double Vector, do you confident enough to use this weapon to take the trophy in the season or not?
โอเคด้วยอาวุธโปรดของคุณที่ใช้เวกเตอร์คู่เนี่ยคิดว่าคุณมีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนที่จะทำให้คุณได้โทฟี่มาหรือว่าชนะได้บูย่า
ก็ถ้าเล่นก็น่าจะ 100% ครับแต่ก็ทีมอื่นก็เก่งเหมือนกันแต่ก็น่าจะพวกผมแชมป์เหมือนกัน
Ooh, he has confidence like 100%, but actually the other team from other region is very, very good. So, but we will see in the end, Buriram will win.
Oke, ternyata keyakinan dan kepercaya dirian Wasana untuk Buriram United dapetin juara di FFWS SEA untuk fall ini 100%. Kita lihat nanti di Grand Final.
That's great. Many victories for the Thai team today. Do you have anything you want to say or send to the Thai fans, Thai viewers right now?
อยากจะบอกอะไรกับแฟนคลับชาวไทยที่กำลังรับชมอยู่ตอนนี้ไหมคะเพราะว่าวันนี้ไทยทีมเนี่ยก็แบบมาเต็มอ่ะ
ก็พวกผมจะเอาแชมป์ไปฝากให้ได้ครับก็ฝากเชียร์ได้ครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
Please share us because we will do our best and we will bring the trophy back home.
Untuk audiens dari Thailand tetap support dan kita akan memberikan yang terbaik dan kita akan membawa pulang pialanya. Are you sure? Okay, we will see later.
How sweet. See you later. Catch you later in our last game. Follow us.
Baby Lee throwing shade up against the uncrowned king Wasana himself. Like, are you sure, brother? You're going to be taking the trophy back from our home. Like, it has come to Indonesia after a long, long time. We're going to make sure it stays here in Indonesia. Obviously, Baby Lee is speaking for RRQ, but there is the underdog. Yes, I call them the underdogs, although they have already proven to be the best in Indonesia. Bigatron, Delta. Big plays out there for sure, but inconsistency in terms of approaching that final circle. I didn't like the fact that they were up top and not really getting involved in the thick of the action earlier. I want to see them in more gunfights because massive number of eliminations, they are no strangers to. But if they're not picking up those kinds of points, it's going to be very hard to keep up with the big squads like Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to them to really put in a lot of fight because they're very close against RRQ. But MVP, your best sniper, we have 8 elimination coming from Moshi right now, and that really shows that towards the end of the game, when they really want it, they are putting in so much of effort, and Moshi is always coming up on top.
Nah, the broadcast is just teasing us with the MP5 here. Moshi, only runs with an SMG when he has no choice whatsoever. This guy, deadly for sure out there on the battlefield. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, this was all in the books. This was all planned out by Buriram already. Dominance is for sure. But it's gonna be less impactful if they cannot repeat this on Championship Sunday. We need to see... And they've always been able to show consistency. Knockout stage... Point Rush, they've always shown that consistency. They've always shown up. Even in the previous FFWS SEA, we saw them bag the 20, but it just was not enough to find that dominant play on the final day.
Yeah, that would be the final test for Buriram United to be able to grab that #1 spot on the grand finals. But we'll see if that is the confidence, if that is where their confidence will bring them. And well, again, I'm still putting my finger on what Moshi mentioned of their goal. Hopefully that change come day number 3, come Super Sunday, because if you're not aiming for #1, well, maybe not for the grand finals, but they're aiming it day after day for the point rush. But if you're not aiming for the champion, then you might not get it.
Yeah, absolutely right. You have to go out there, you have to aim for the stars, and at the very least hit the moon instead of aiming for the moon and barely even hitting the ceiling of your house. This is elimination leader once again, Moshi leading the fray, but behind him, Hua Esports showing up 6 eliminations, big stuff. GOW showing up 5 eliminations. Just when I said I am missing the Vietnamese squad, I'm missing the Vietnamese teams, missing the Vietnamese players, they're like, Mustachio, ask no further. All 3 teams show up with big numbers. I want to see a booyah though.
Yeah, we want to see a booyah. We want to see everyone across the board in terms of region to be interviewed as well. Well, we'll have to see if this is the chance. We have to see if what map they will be playing on as well, because we are dealing with the random map of game number 6. And, well, we'll have to find out if it's a back-to-back of Nextera, or probably for those who've grabbed the booyah already from the first 5 maps. But in terms of how they're performing right now, it's not yet over by the end of the day. There's still day number 2. They can repeat the same process, but key players overall, they are just showing up every time. Again, Moshi is already in there because of elimination. Death is already in there because of damage. And Iza, revived teammates. We saw Iza who goes down that quickly and managed to, or goes down last and managed to pick up the rest of the teammates. Hopefully that's not what GOW has to offer, and even more based on the points that we're seeing right now.
Without Iza though, look at this, 4 placement points. They got knocked out very early, but 14 eliminations. They were doing so much, and Iza was integral for that run. Without him continuously bringing back their players, they would have gotten snuffed out way earlier with lesser eliminations there. But of course, Buriram still shining up top, 27 points in total. Down at the bottom though, AG Global, teams like Heavy, Falcon faltering as well. I mean, it was a late game exit, but WAG, they made a mockery out of them. That triple grenade, so good to look at.
Kirin really pulls out the grenade on them, and that is one thing that you need to look out for. I mean, Jonah did the same thing, and that's an instant. That's why you don't stick into one place, and a lot of teams has been doing the 3-1 to 2-2 split overall. Yes, it's risky, but it provides you with survivability unless you're using characters that can throw off and offset those grenades.
This unexpected run here from Bigatron Delta is so refreshing to see. I've always been able to, kind of take a guess as to who's going to be the teams that perform well. I would have never been able to guess Bigatron Delta was going to be one of the heavy hitters of the day. This is very impressive to watch, and I want this to continue for the squad. That home soil advantage is a huge thing. And now, above and beyond everything else, if we get dragged into Alpine, I think I'm going to be smiling a little bit more from Indonesia.
Yeah, let's see which map we will be going on, as the map selector will be here in a bit, and no circling right now. It will just be flashing, and the last one with the lights on would be our map. And Nextera, a back-to-back. I did mention it earlier, but I was not expecting it this quickly.
Holy mama! It looks like the gods of RNG are begging for a Vietnamese booyah. We talked about how WAG, the most dominant team on Nextera, they have not been replaced just yet in terms of dominance. There is a possibility here, and we saw those brilliant plays. We saw WAG take Falcons themselves out of the equation. Like you mentioned, Krillin on the triple grenade could have been a quadra if all four of them had been there, but one player was already taken out a little bit earlier, so he couldn't get that perfect quad kill on the grenade launcher. But either way, this is that final opportunity for Vietnam to really step it up. And we also saw GOW, how dominant they were on the run at Nextera. I mean, they got the second spot overall, but 4 placement points. This time, their goal is going to be to survive longer, much, much longer. But at the very same time, maintain that aggression. Can they hit that perfect balance? I want to see. If GOW actually pulls this off, top 3 is guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, they are very close, or if not tied to Team Falcons overall. If it wasn't for the booyah of Team Falcons, they've overtaken them already. So there's a huge chance that GOW will be able to grab that. But how much more? How high will they get? Because so far, Borneo United has secured 2 booyahs already, and the lead that they have against RRQ is already 30. And you did point out the calculation on what's needed to be done. And if you're that far along in the middle of the leaderboard, it's very difficult to beat them, but at least get close to them for a higher head start points.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the final match of day 1 Point Rush here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall. Let's see which are the first few teams that do fall out there and who can grab the final glory of the day. Flight path cutting through the map, and as usual, teams cannot wait to get out of there and jump into action.
Yeah, RQ and GOW might be dropping in the same spot, very close to each other. Zipway, and it's a repeat of what happened. Team Falcons going against attack all around. This might be a hunt from one team to another. Let's see who survived. And this is another chaotic map. We've seen this, that it's very, very like all the havoc that happened earlier. There's a lot more of havoc that might be happening today.
And RRQ wants to go for round 2 as well, but Falcons turning the table, getting a triple for them very early game. Cougar, can he find that recovery here? Double vector in hand, just like what Wasana was saying. I love picking up this gun early game. I love the double vector too. Rate of fire, especially with the double vector, playing that akimbo, gives you a little bit of advantage. But it looks like Poon God is going to be caught out. Has got the P90 in hand. Not the best of guns in a range like this. Cougar out already. Pocket Market is not going to sell for Poon God. Man is broke. Has got nothing. No medkit. No glue wall. No grenade. No option but to run.
No option and no hope indeed, as 4 players, or make that 1 player is chasing him and the rest will be following. And Poon God, this might be it. Just 1 rock away from being hit. And there you have it. Just move and being eliminated at this point. And Tackle Around will be saying bye-bye for the day.
Attack all around, so close to top 3, and yet so far a single booyah in the day, and they clunked out badly in this one, all thanks to Falcons, who started off with a bang. Oh goodness, there's a possibility here that they do climb into the 3rd spot. But RRQ against GOW, this is a rematch from their previous encounter. Razor just got brought back. Deanne has got the better gun, and he's actually going in for the finisher. Razor gets the double vector as well as a potential revival here. So it's not over for RRQ just yet.
Pickup will be done, and Razor a little bit too late into the action, but not so much that he can do right now. He might be giving up his life just to get that information. Nades might be thrown onto him as 4 players rushing in, and double vector will not work. And no! Still Razor managed to take down Ian. sliver of health, and he goes down. No recovery will be happening, and there goes Razor going down from the hands of Demon.
Demon, beautiful play. Riptide Rhythm came through first just so that they could not find the secure onto their players. But the circle is closing. AG Global as well as Y Esports. Once again, they do battle out here. Question is, can AG get the one up on them? Nobody's approaching from the back just yet. This circle is not going to be a deterrent to either one of these two squads. They're already in their same zone. Yanbin does not turn around quick enough. Stop does manage to stop him dead in his tracks. The Bison pop it off, but Cypher will be able to take him down with a P90.
Ju remains against Y Esports. Pickup is being done right now, and Ju will be damaged. But Shen is still aggressive overall, even despite of going in for recovery. Ju couldn't survive against 3 players. Heavy is very close on them, and the revival is needed for Tierken right now for them to be prepared. But on the other side, we're seeing elimination against Team Falcons, and they're still slowly going down. Bigtron Delta, the Giant Slayer, is on them and on fire right now, being ganged up by 4.
Yeah, big stuff here coming through from Bigatron Delta. Once again, the aggression just does not stop. And Heavy catching up with Death. Y Esports not lucky at all. Riptide, a little bit of an overkill from the opposite side, but we do not know exactly who's taking those shots up against them. We cannot even take a breath because the action does not stop. And now from Falcons on to WAG, Bigatron Delta leading themselves straight into the fray, and they won more points.
1 point below RRQ Kazu, and they're trying to make up for all of that. WAG right now only 1 elimination to their name, but managed to survive earlier because of that engagement that happened. Cyrus trying to go in for the flank, but a connection with Allen will force them to go in for the rush. But it's 2v4 situation, and no backup is being seen in the horizon. They're in a little bit too far, and probably not so much of resources for them and information to go in for the rush. Victron Delta just buying their time, and nades will not hit at all because the angle that Bigatron Delta is taking is so prime that they will not be spotted by WAG.
Allen just fishing in the wrong spot. There's just no fishes there at all for him to catch. Grenade going wide. Cyrus will be caught out as Kyung shows up with a Trogon. Allen downed as well. X-Ball from afar. He pulls enough attention to himself just to get punished. And this is the end for WAG if they continue on with this run. Krillin, the final player, he gets the revive just in front of Ekal. Ekal dropping the ball, and WAG with a final second save.
A clutch revive, and that would not be good for Bigatron Delta. I mean, they will be missing that, but they are still on the kill spree as they have 9 eliminations already. Not quite sure what more WAG can put up in this battle, but they've lost all the resources, and BTR is just looting up. Now, as the blue will be closing in, they do have vehicle on them, but not so much a position to buy in later on. And onto the other side of the map, we have RRQ go against GOW, and let's see if GOW can pay back.
Oh, the replay of this comeback here, RRQ versus GOW. And RRQ just helps them bite the dust here. 4 eliminations, and this was a full reset, all right? GOW actually won the first round of this rematch, and RRQ came back with the loot and said, look, we are not done yet, bro. Fantastic stuff. You gotta love the tenacity. RRQ looking to maintain the number 2 spot. I mean, like you mentioned just now, Bigatron Delta is just 1 point behind them, and Bigatron is hot in this game. RRQ knows they cannot fall just yet.
Yeah, they cannot slack off in terms of grabbing all those points. But United, though, they are waiting for the perfect opportunity as to look for AG Global. 0 elimination just yet, and this is what Bermuda United usually does. They just wait for the final moment, if not the 3rd, 4th, to move in against the other teams, and they're just listening in on any gunshots that they can take advantage.
Thus far, it's all clear. They've got a target onto Cypher, but it doesn't seem like they want to go in for the attack. Dew, oh my goodness, found from afar. Ekal, Bigatron still on a roll. They want to prove to everyone that the home ground advantage, in fact, is great to play on, but we are one you guys have to fear for sure. The zone closing in, and Bigatron Delta getting closer to that booyah.
Yeah, we have a heavy right now in engagement against AG Global, where Than managed to take down Stop, but instantaneously will be recovered. But Hans is in the sides of Bigatron Delta right now. Koja and the rest of the team will try to go for that rush using that vehicle. And will this work for them? Rebel Rush!
Wow!
And an instant takedown against Hans. Managed to get away, and Tires will be put down on the other, or Artemis rather, will be pushed out on the other side.
No chance of survival at all here. Every single player that comes across Bigatron getting ripped apart. Get nice, a sliver of health right behind. But look at Ikal, that long wraparound just to be able to spot out Get Nice in the nick of time. Kyong going in for the finisher. Ikal!
Whoop.
One shot, he goes down. Koja was there as well for the backup if in any case it does go sour. Crazy stuff from Bigatron. 12 eliminations already, equivalent to a booyah, and they're not even at the final circle just yet. My God, what tenacity!
10 teams remaining in this battle, and the Bigatron Delta is putting so much in terms of effort and only leaving 2 players from the opposing team. Hawaii Sports right now is in a battle, or in a potential battle, against RRQ Kazu, and Hawaii Sports is unsuspecting of where they are. Vending machine will be the target, and most of the time this is where everyone is camping in so that they have a good chance to recover their teammates.
My goodness. Crazy stuff. Twisted Minds pick up the pace here. EVOS Divine hasn't been having a great day. So if Twisted Minds wants to punish anyone, this is a decent team to take on at this stage. The Ice Grenade is going to be slowing them down just a little bit. What a good glue wall. Nameless could not find access to them at all. Wrong wraparound from the right-hand side. G'day knocked down onto the ground. Amex cannot go in for the save. They're going to abandon their brother. Riptide Rhythm comes on through as well. Pressing down the defenses. AimGod actually standing outside, playing the distraction. Starming with the Drogon, meets him halfway. One more shot for the knockdown. Diamond does find one, and EVOS Divine getting ripped apart.
And they will be meeting Bermuda United in a bit, as they are already throwing all those grenades. EVOS Divine only 1 or 2 remaining on the other side of this compound. And Bermuda United has felt that no gunshots is already being put in. And for the side of WAG, I mean, we have 2 of recovery happening for them, so they're not out just yet. As we look on Hawaii Sports being chased by AG Global, let's see on how this works. This might be similar in terms of how red the logos are, but in terms of performance, one will be on top.
Twisted Minds earlier using the binoculars, expecting to find the final player of EVOS Divine. Instead, what they found was a scan on 4 players. And they were like, okay, calm down. We need to get out of here, guys. Someone's watching this battle, and they are not afraid to hop on in. EVOS Divine, as I speak of them, out already. And it's Twisted Minds, the final player, taken out by the team that started off that battle. Cypher out of the circle. That's a bad place to be at. RRQ eliminated. Bigatron Delta, they're going to secure the second spot for sure.
Oh, yes, indeed. Only 1 point between them, and RRQ is already out. AG Global and Hawaii Sports. This is a rivalry that has been happening all throughout. Shin is still alive, though, from afar, trying to chase down on Caramel, but Caramel managed to pull up a glue wall, and same goes for Cypher. 3v4 situation. Nowhere to go but out, and Heavy will be waiting for them in their approach of the next phase of the circle.
Falcons falter as well. Hawaii Sports, final survivor Shin, Bison in hand. Problem is, man has got nowhere to run. The circle putting in the damage as well. Shin shows up to get that knock, but here comes the battalion to snuff him out. Cypher bleeding out, will get taken out, and Shin just doing so much as the final survivor. But the jig is up as Dew finds him with a Thompson.
And we have Caramel right now being shot at. If I'm not mistaken, this is coming from Bigatron Delta. Despite of all the noise that they've done, they are still managed to survive to get to the edge. And on the other side, Bermuda United go against WAG. We'll see if WAG clear it and will be able to survive that. But in the middle of this mix, we have Twisted Mind, who's just waiting for the perfect opportunity, as they are being split and pinched by 2 players of Heavy.
Where did WAG go though? They disappeared from the screen. I don't know if it was a rotation or they got snuffed out by Buriram. Either way, I actually want to check out exactly what happened to the squad. Twisted Minds, they do pull that recovery. Bigatron Delta, oh my God, 20 eliminations already. My goodness. You know, we were talking about the impossible situation of Bigatron Delta picking up more than 30 points. If they hit the booyah, they actually fulfill the condition. The only problem is Buriram is still alive.
Yeah, Bermuda United is still getting points, but we'll have to see. They might be able to pull the highest points ever taken because there's a lot more of chances that they can.
Oh, they're fighting Buriram straight up.
But let's go as they go in. Twisted Mind and the fight. Bigatron Delta, BRU, and yeah, as what you mentioned, they want to fight them out.
Oh, goodness me. Are they biting off more than they can chew? Or will they rip the heads off of the kings of Free Fire right here, right now? Wasana taking a step forward first. Ice Grenade is going to be tagging them up quite a little bit. Kyong laying out the trip mine, just waiting for the ambush from the side of Buriram. Backing away towards the very edge of the circle. After teasing them, they back away. But look at Wasana with that high ground advantage. Moshi up top as well. But Bigatron sees that coming. Ooh. Here comes the split blitz. The tag is up and Wasana says, I don't want to mess with you yet.
Kyong right now putting in a lot of pressure on Wasana and Get High, and Jonah will try an M79 action on them, but I don't think this will work because a lot of teams will be having their eyes on them. Splits onto Bermuda United, and this is how you put pressure against Bermuda United. Bigatron Delta is flawless in their approach, and there goes a little bit of help. Fix will be going down, and Bigatron Delta will be overcome by Bermuda United in a bit.
The Kings are here to play. Bigatron Delta, they might have just bitten off too much. They cannot chew. In fact, they are choking right here, right now. Ekal with a sliver of health, trying to get away. Kyung with a backstab. Tag to Moshi. What a good glue wall. And now Moshi has led him into the den of the lions. The rest of the players trying to shut him down. Buriram on that rotation already. They know they're not in the smack dab of the middle of the circle. So this is going to be a fight that they need to complete immediately.
Ekal trying to survive against Twisted Mind. That is unfortunate. And there goes Twisted Mind beating them down. 4 teams remaining. Bermuda United, Twisted Mind, and 1 player from Bigatron Delta, which is Kyong, as well as another player who is unseen just yet. But Twisted Mind and Bermuda United, a 4v4 is about to happen. Krillin trying to survive and tank, and nades onto him, and he might be going down.
Yeah, Krillin unfortunately showed up and made too much of noise, but Kyong, the position that he holds on to, should be able to earn his team that extra point. Now, it matters not because they have already guaranteed that second spot. Nobody is close enough to rip it away. Kyong doesn't need this extra point, but he just wants that extra flair wins for himself. Who knows? He might just be able to pick up the booyah for the side of Bigatron if everything goes right. Jonah, though, the grenade launcher does manage to pop one, and the Tatsuya gets Kyong into a better position, but the rest of Buriram, they get around to finish him off!
And when he thought he was safe, he is done for. Now let's go over the final 4v4. Bermuda United going against Twisted Mind, and Twisted Mind has gotten closer already. Joa still pulling out that grenade launcher M79 and tries to survive, but will be run down by Diamond and 3 players. This might be a bait and switch, but no backup is happening for the side of Bermuda United. Exposé will be left behind. Wasana will try to go and force himself through, and Jonah is already down for the count. Twisted Mind aggression overall splits them up and trying to put them down, and it looks like they will be grabbing 1 booyah for themselves just right here.
Well, Get High still in a clutch mode, baby. Now the circle tagging up the rest of the 2 players. It's a 2v3 still at the end of the day. Get High trying to get to his buddy. Can he get the job done? Moshi unable to get to the spot just yet as the final survivor finally hops on out in a 1v2. I asked for a clutch situation, and Moshi is in exactly that sort of a position. And now inside the house up against Diamond, CQC with the AWM. Can he get it done? One final glue wall for him, but Nameless sprays him down, and Twisted Mind secures the final booyah of the day.
They will be taking 1 booyah to themselves. Bermuda United has been denied of 3, and they will be moving up in terms of their position. Good play indeed, and Twisted Mind aggression is showing overall. This is what we love to see from this team.
Oh, what a day. What a play. Bigatron Delta, they have stolen the thunder of every other squad out there only because it was unexpected. The dominance, the flair, the plays were all beautiful. And even if Twisted Minds performed well this time round, even if Husky can smile a little bit because he bought the right jersey, they will unfortunately not be able to overtake the absolute tenacity that Bigatron brought in here and the crazy number of points picked up for themselves. In fact,
they will just fall short of even catching up with RRQ because RRQ survived long enough to pick up points for themselves.
Imagine RRQ not even grabbing a booyah for today and still on the top 6. That is what RRQ has to offer. The home soil is giving them that advantage, as well as what they practiced and done all along on knockout stage. And I'm loving this. I'm loving a little bit of mix up on how it's ending up by the end of the day. Most of the time, it's just all Thailand teams on all the 5 spots.
I mean, at the end of the day, this was something that wasn't really going to change just yet. Yes, we do see Vietnam rising to the occasion. Yes, we do see many signs of life from Indonesia, especially out of Bigatron and RRQ. But you are not going to take away the dominance that Thailand brings into a solid, good game of Free Fire. I mean, it's the best region as far as Free Fire is concerned. And that's not by our selection. It is by their performance and their beautiful consistency. I mean, season after season after season after season, Thailand just shows us how to play this game at a higher level again and again and again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they can study, but they cannot copy that easily how Thailand is doing it. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if come tomorrow or the grand finals, there might be a little bit of switch up happening, especially with how Team Falcons is performing. Yes, they did grab a booyah, but not so much a lot of points. And again, it gives us that doubt despite of how they did it before, but there's still a little bit of doubt because we're expecting this at least 2nd place by the end of the day.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the final sequence of battles, Twisted Minds kind of finding the right position for themselves. Bigatron Delta tried to split up to play the game of survival. Ekal found by Twisted Minds. And towards the very end, the victory here for Twisted Minds is just that aggression. They had nothing to lose. They knew that they were going for the top 3 spots, and every single climb earns you decent number of points as head start for the grand finals, for Championship Sunday. Twisted Minds was playing for that. Yes, at the end of the day, you're not going to get extra money from getting the top 3 spots, but those extra points will make a world of difference for a squad.
Yeah, definitely, because of how close they were as well in specific position from the previous competition. Yeah. They have shown so much aggression. This is one of the first instances that Twisted Mind is focusing on placing themselves. Back then, it was just all elimination. If you meet them, we will just bring you down, even leaving one behind so that you can recover, and then once again, the cycle continues. But Twisted Mind is playing differently this time, and we want to see more of that aggression plus the tactic.
Absolutely.
But we're going to go in for the interview, and we're going to see what they have to say right now.
We ended our last match with a booyah from Twisted Mind. Hello, Twisted Mind Sming. So, having your last booyah in this game, does it make you feel better after you having a really mad match with other Thai teams?
Okay. รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการที่ได้บูย่าในเกมสุดท้ายเพราะว่านั่นทำให้เรารู้สึกดีขึ้นไหมเพราะว่าเกมก่อนหน้านี้ค่อนข้างเขาเรียกอะไรสาหัส
รู้สึกดีขึ้นนิดหน่อยครับเพราะว่าน้องในทีมเล่นไม่เต็มที่ครับปล่อยทุกคนเลย
Oh, okay. He said that he feel better now because we already get a booyah, but actually it's because of our player in the team. All of the members get sick, so they cannot give their 100% performance.
Oh wow, Sming bilang mereka jauh ngerasa lebih baik karena akhirnya mereka udah dapetin booyah hari ini, dan ternyata beberapa player dari mereka agak kurang sehat untuk bertanding hari ini. Get well soon.
Sming, what did you have for breakfast that you guys can have this booyah? Tell me. I'm curious.
เขาบอกว่ามื้อเช้ากินอะไรมาจ้าในสุราบยาเนี่ย
ไม่รู้ครับ
I forgot already. Sorry guys.
Okay, so I want to ask you.
Yeah.
What is your improvement from knockout stage?
เรามีการพัฒนาอะไรมาจากรอบของ knockout บ้างพอมาถึงรอบเนี้ย
นอนเยอะครับ
He said I get a lot of sleep. That's why. That's the improvement.
Oh, okay. Mereka udah memperbaiki semuanya harusnya di point rush ini.
Interesting. Before Twisted Minds, the championship of ESL Brazil, right? Are you ready to go to Brazil and plan to become the victory player again in there?
Twisted Mind เนี่ยเคยไปแชมป์ที่ ESL บราซิลมาก่อน ตอนนี้รู้สึกพร้อมไหมที่จะกลับไปที่บราซิลอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วก็ไปเอาแชมป์อีกรอบที่บราซิล
พร้อมครับแต่รอน้องหายป่วยก่อนครับ
I'm ready, we are ready, but maybe have to wait until our member get well soon.
Oke, mereka siap untuk bertanding nantinya di ESL, right? Di ESL di Brazil, dan kita akan lihat nanti performa mereka untuk acara mendatang.
A very confident answer. I hope you guys get well soon so you guys can play the best in the next 2 days. So, this is the end of our interview and also is the end of our meeting here as well. Thank you so much for watching and don't forget to follow us in the next Point Rush stage tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the caster. See you guys again and have a nice day.
Sampai jumpa di esok hari.
And there we have it. I mean, scoop from Saming that the rest of the teams are not feeling that well, thus they're not performing that well. But it looks like there's a lot more that they can offer, and hopefully they can feel better come tomorrow, because this is a better chance for them. And I'm seeing that by the end of this day, or once the overall standing shows up, they will feel much worse after this.
I mean, bring out the bakso, bring out that ayam penyet, throw the chili in there. I mean, the Thais love their spice, but you know the Indonesian spice is of a different level altogether with their little crazy chili party. I love it. I mean, we don't know whether or not it's going to be enough to keep the boys sick, because you know Indonesia needs every single extra opportunity out there to dominate. But Bigatron Delta, if they continue this, they do not need to play dirty at all. They can just continuously shock everyone into submission. But of course, we want to find out exactly who the MVP of that match was. Twisted Minds getting that victory. I'm not too sure as to how many eliminations they managed to walk away with there, Neptune. But of course, we'll hop on in and check that out right now.
Yeah, I'm going to see the MVP, and also it is Diamond. Well, of course, Diamond always leading the fray in terms of engagement, and Twisted Mind has been that aggressive team. I mean, more aggressive would be Bigatron Delta, but Twisted Mind is also putting in so much effort, and he's always the one up front with support of the rest of the team.
8 eliminations is absolutely WOW. Wow, indeed, because this guy truly knew exactly what was needed. And like you said, up close and personal, he takes all of these fights with the Drogon. But was it enough to sneak into the top 3? Did Twisted Minds do enough to kick RRQ out of their spot? Because we know for a fact Bigatron Delta picked up massive number of points. Bigatron only needed 1 point to overtake RRQ earlier. And we saw them having 20 eliminations at one point. So yeah, they got that. And RRQ got kicked out way too early, right? So the fight right now is between RRQ and Twisted Minds for the 3rd spot. But look at the massive number of eliminations picked up here. Overall, 10 eliminations just between Diamond and Exposi, 5 eliminations between Nameless and Saming, for a total of 15 for the team.
Yeah, 15 plus the Booyah points, and that can bring the team up. Same question though, is that enough to take down RRQ on top 3? We are going to see that in a bit, but for going into elimination leader, Ecol is still in the mix. Bigatron Delta, well, of course, because of how aggressive they shown this time around, followed by Twisted Mind, Diamond, who is our MVP, and then Kyung with 6 elimination. Y Sports here, Ken with 5, as well as Bermuda United get high as the same with 5.
This is a beautiful play overall coming through, I have to say, from Bigatron Delta. Look at the damage, man. Ekal just doing so much for the squad. And the 10 knockdowns from Diamond, almost with the finishes, but at least he gave the assist to the rest of his team members. Saifa showing up with the 5 revivals as well. AG Global has had a very rough day, Neptune.
Yeah, rough day indeed. They are left quite far from the top 5. Make that on a chance to grab any points for the grand finals. As we look at the game standings, despite of grabbing that Booyah, Twisted Mind has been kicked into the second place, and Bigatron Delta grab a total of 20 elimination and 8 on the placement, 28 points, and this is what we want to see from the Delta team. Bigatron Delta, the Giant Slayer, showing up this time again.
Yeah, of course, the biggest question was how many points did RRQ pick up before getting kicked out? And it looks like they picked up just enough because they maintained that third spot, just 2 points behind them than Twisted Minds. But this is a great climb from Twisted Minds, right? I mean, at one point they were in the 9th spot and the slow climb up to 7th to 5th, and then now in the 4th spot, 85 points. I'll take it. Attack All Around, Falcon, Twisted Minds, RRQ, Bigatron Delta, and Buriram. These 6 teams walk away with points from the first day of Point Rush. And of course, Buriram with the biggest load of them all.
Yeah, 10 points for Buriram United, Bigatron Delta. Again, the dark horse is really showing up every time we ask them to, and we'll have to see what more they have to offer by tomorrow. MVP leader. Rather, 8 MVPs being taken by Twisted Mind, Diamond, Wasana, as well as Du and Ma'al with 7, and then Moshi with 6 on the MVPs.
There is a possibility here that we all get shocked by what Bigatron Delta can bring to the table. You know, they have not made a lot of noise. Clearly, not the MVP leaders. They haven't really secured that many booyahs in the competition during the knockout stage. But when push comes to shove, here at Point Rush, they're showing us what they're capable of. Buriram walking away with 10 points. Bigatron with 7, RRQ with 5, Twisted, Falcon, and Attack All Around with 3, 2, and 1 each. The rest of the teams walk away with nothing on this day of Point Rush. Vietnamese squads, not a single one of them picking up a single point.
And one thing that would throw off the result by the end of day number 2 is if this will be reversed. If anyone from the second page will be the ones on the first page of this extra point or head start point, then that will put them in quite a balance when it comes to the grand finals. But yeah, Buriram United has never been taken out of the number 1 spot, so I don't think they will be giving up that 20 points.
And you're asking for too much, okay? The teams that are on the right-hand side, they have potential.
Any.
But okay, all right. There's a good addition of a word. Any of the teams on the right-hand side. I mean, you've got AG Global there. There's a potential of some shockers tomorrow. You never know if WAG decides to wake up. But even if they do decide to wake up, I've never seen WAG walk with that number 1 spot in terms of overall performance from a day. We're probably going to get more of what we saw here today, tomorrow as well. The placement of these teams might kind of go up and down. Buriram, I don't know, because like you said, they've been too consistent in these point rushes in terms of racing for those bonus points.
Yeah, knockout stage, Point Rush, they have been in there number 1. It's only 1 that is needed for them, the grand finals. But anyways, there you have it. Point Rush, day number 1 is over. It's not yet over for Point Rush. That will be day number 2 for tomorrow. And when we return, that is where we are going to find out how much they're going to bring in to the grand finals. Once again, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only, the Mustachio AJ. We were the voices of today's battle. A few more days to fight for legacy, and it's up to the team to bring it to up high.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been a pleasure bringing you guys the broadcast for the day. Don't forget, same place, same time tomorrow, and on Sunday, you guys will be able to watch the best of the best Free Fire action right here. It's a preview to the global Free Fire World Series, so you do not want to miss this. And I know those boys from the global side, they're tuning in as well, trying to figure out exactly how the Asians get it done. But of course, we'll catch you tomorrow for the rest of this crazy action.